Hello, this is your friendly neighborhood Beepster here, uh, doing an intro for a rather epically long video, my first video ever, uh, detailing how to get Sonar and Voicemeeter and Mirillis Action all working together so that you can make screen capture tutorials or examples or whatever, and then an extra bit to route it all out to Reaper for full audio separation for post-production. Now, I'm recording this after doing this rather long tutorial, which is almost 5 hours long, and I did not anticipate it to be that long, but like I said, this is the first time I've ever done that. I wasn't really anticipating it being a full tutorial. I was just gonna make a quick thing to show everything, and then I just did what I do and kind of started poking around and showing all sorts of crazy stuff. So this full tutorial of how to do all sorts of crazy stuff for your screen cap using these programs. A lot of it doesn't really matter what DAW you're using or what DAW you're recording your separate audio into, or even really what screen cap your capture software you're using. A lot of these principles can be interchangeable there. What the main glue is going to be Voicemeeter here, which is how you get the routing out for your ASIO, which is the big problem. So I spent a lot of time talking about Voicemeeter and my whatever. I guess it's a decent understanding now. But whatever. All these, aside from Sonar, all of these programs are relatively new to me. So you're going to have to tolerate a lot of, kind of meandering thoughts and trail offs and whatnot. I edited it. I didn't want to spend a ton of time editing it and re-recording things. So, whatever. Just lots of info in there, though, so be ready for that, and I'll try to be concise, a little more concise in future vids. I did also want to ensure that you guys knew the exact versions I'm using here, so that would be Cakewalk Sonar Foxborough, VB-Audio Voicemeter 1.0.4.5, Mirillis Action 1.29.0.0, and the Cockos Reaper version. I downloaded it maybe late November, early December, and it's just the trial version. Their version numbers are pretty long and wacky, so I was going to type it all up. Just wanted to get this done reasonably quickly, this intro here. And I also wanted to point out that there are a couple of problems with Mirillis Action, this Mirillis Action here, with Sonar for some strange reason. And this may be a problem for some folks, so if you're just researching these programs, I wanted to show this quickly. It doesn't show plugin and VST windows, synths and plugins in the recordings. I'm going to make a report to them, and hopefully they can fix it. But the thing is, if you insert a plugin such as Guitar Rig 5, the plugin windows won't show up on the video. I don't know why this is. I think it's because in Sonar it's like a program within a program. We are in desktop recording mode in Mirillis Action, which supposedly is supposed to show everything on screen, but for some reason it doesn't show this. I don't know why, but there is a workaround. You can dock these plugin windows into the multi-dock in Sonar. So those familiar with Sonar will know the multi-dock, and to do that you hold in Platinum, you hold Control on your keyboard and then drag it down into the multi-dock, of course. And now you can see guitar rig here or whatever plugin you're using. Now if you want to totally show this off, obviously the multi-dock, when it's docked, has kind of a limited, you know, view, and with these larger plugins you can't really see the whole thing. So in that case you can undock the multi-dock, which is this little button here, bingo bango, and now you can bring it around or and drag it out to expose your plugin, or you know, hit the full screen button here, and then you have access to the full version. All right, so that you saw I inserted that into the effects bin. And now I'll show you the same thing from the synths. This is the browser. We're on the synth browser part here, so it's the same deal with synths. Let's insert addictive drums here. All right, synth property page will show up the GUI on my screen. You won't be able to see that, but if I hold Control and dock it, there she be. Alright, so that, like I said, might be a problem for some of you. It's definitely a problem for me that I'd like to get fixed, but that's the workaround for it. The other issue is the meters are alien green meters here that are usually whatever. The segmented meters are supposed to be green. They show up gray sometimes and sometimes not in Mirillis Action videos. I'm not sure what that's all about. And again, well, that one's a very minor issue. The gray actually shows up pretty well in the videos. You'll see it as we go along. I'm not going to do an example here. I think a workaround would be to move away from the from the segmented meters into the non-segmented meters, which is an option in one of these, whatever, in your meter options. But basically, if you can tolerate that as well, then Mirillis Action is a pretty good program to use, and I'll explain that more later. Other than that, I hope you enjoy the video and most importantly learn something from it. That's really the whole point of why I dragged on about a lot of this stuff. I will be trying to make a more concise, just a quick setup of how to get into the options of all these programs, set up quickly for those who actually know what they're doing. But this one goes from start to finish of how to set everything up, how to, you know, record everything, how to use the programs to, you know, kind of a intermediate level, and then you're able to create your screen cap tutorials and all of that. Okay, so moving on, and cheers. Hello, Beepster here. This is a video to show how to record sonar output in ASIO mode into Mirillis Action via Voicemeeter. And then I'll add an extra step that allows you to record your voice and system sounds, which would be your sonar output, into individual tracks in Cockos Reaper, which can then be edited and affected later on in post-production as individual tracks. Obviously very useful. Otherwise, that all ends up in a single track on your video file. So these are the programs in play. So first up, I'm going to assume you guys all have Sonar, since I'm making this for Sonar users. This is Sonar Platinum, Foxborough release. This is a song that I've been working on. It's actually a reboot of the first song I ever recorded in Sonar many moons ago. There's Voicemeeter. You can see my mic input here. So that's going to be the voiceover, and we'll explain all that later on. And here's Reaper doing its thing. You see I routed my voice into that. And so let's start some playback on this. And you'll see now Sonar is playing here. This is the virtual input in Voicemeeter. That goes out here along with my voice. And that is getting routed into Mirillis Action, which doesn't have a sound mixer whatsoever. There's a video I'm recording, so that's part of the problem. Just there's no real audio editing stuff in here, so we gotta do it via Voicemeeter. And now you can see in Reaper, due to the routing I did, as the fancy extra step, there's my voice going on there. There's my Sonar output. Let's click record. You can see my voice is recording. And there's my Sonar output being recorded. So let's stop that. Go over here, turn this racket off. And all right, so just a quick example of what we're doing. Hopefully that explains it somewhat, but I need to show you all the routing, which I will. So Cakewalk Sonar, you should have this installed. If you don't, whatever. And it doesn't matter. This will probably, you know, if you're smart, you can figure this out. If you use another DAW, it's pretty much the same thing, I'd imagine. I'm a big Sonar fan myself. I'm not a fanboy, but you know, I like Sonar. It's good for making music on. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. VB-Audio, okay, Voicemeeter. This is the glue of it all. Go to their website. Just go to Google, punch in VB-Audio and Voicemeeter. So that's the company, that's the program. I'm not going to go and, you know, go online and show you that. I was going to, but I use crazy script blockers, so just looks really dumb. And you know, might just get confusing for you. Also, just make sure you spell it all right. That right there, that's not a typo, it's 2 E's. Just get on their site, download the zip file. It's right on their homepage. Just scroll down a bit and you'll see there's a zip file to download Voicemeeter. And that'll hook you up. You got to reboot your system after you install it. Otherwise, it's pretty simple. It's not free. You don't got to pay for it to use it, but it's a donationware, so it's really useful tool. So shoot them a few bucks. I mean, without it, a lot of this type of stuff just really impossible, so they deserve it. They have a paid version also I believe it's paid. That's called Banana, and I'm actually quite interested in that. It supposedly has more routing options and lets you do some much nicer stuff. And while you're there, check out, they got they have these virtual audio cables as well that I haven't myself tried. They may help in situations like this too, but you know, I haven't tried that out yet. If I do, I'll update. By the way, I don't work for any of these companies. I have no affiliation with any of these guys, at least not at this point. So next up, Mirillis Action. Mirillis is the company. Action is the program, and gotta love it when companies put put punctuation in their product name titles. It's whatever. Anyway, it's a good program. The reason I chose it is it's for gaming, and I looked around a lot for Screencapture software, and for the price, this is the lowest resource consumption program out there. It's for capturing video games, so those guys, those video game kids, they're really pushing their systems, as do us audio freaks. And this is essentially to be low footprint on your system. So that's why one of the reasons why I chose it. A lot of the reviews just saying it's best image quality as well, less visual dropouts and weirdness and stuff. So high quality, doesn't mess with your system as much, which is good for audio. And it's only $30. I managed to luck into a sale. I had been demoing it for a while, and I just went on sale right when I was ready to buy it. So hey, good for me. Right. The other thing is it apparently compresses files, outputs files a little bit smaller than the other video programs out there. It has some kind of compression thing that so it'll save you some hard disk space. Like the files that it spits out comparatively are just a little bit smaller than the other ones, so that's good. You don't want to waste hard disk space unnecessarily. So these are the three you need for just to get basic screen cap, and the sound will get printed right onto the video, which you can strip it out in Sonar. Sonar has what happens is if you import a video file, it'll strip out, or certain video files anyway, it'll strip out the audio track and put it into an actual track so you can manipulate it. The problem is when you're recording a voice and system sounds, then those will end up on the same stereo track, and that's not really what you want. You might want to adjust your levels between what Sonar is outputting, or your soft synth that you're showing off, or all of that stuff, and separate it from your voice. You might want to put effects on your voice, or just add automation, do weird stuff like that. So ideally you want something to separate these tracks. So this is why I bring in Reaper. Any target DAW probably will work. I chose Reaper because again, it's low footprint, very snappy program. I prefer Sonar to do my work in, but Reaper's good. And you just go to their website. They have a free trial that is completely unrestricted. You audio guys know about Reaper. It's just fully functioning, and you don't. I mean, it's $70 for home use, but that's kind of, they got a weird deal, right? It's an honor system, so give them the $70. Seriously, you got the $70. Give them the $70. It helps them with development and stuff like that. But otherwise, there is absolutely no restriction on their demo. You just download it and use it. The only thing that happens is, you got to wait 5 seconds as the trial prompt at the start pops up and encourages you to buy it. And then after 30 days, that thing just goes away, but the program keeps working. So pretty sweet deal. If you're in a pinch, it totally works, but when you do have the cash, definitely pay them, because I mean, it's the type of thing that people pay $400 or $500 for with other programs easily. It's good. All right, so and again, just go directly to their website. Do not get this from some skeevy third-party stuff. Just type in Cockos Reaper into your web browser search, and go straight to their site. I believe it's reaper.fm, so that might look weird to you. It's not a .com or whatever. And then just go through and find the latest download. Great program. So that's that, I believe. And we'll move on to I'll do some more in-depth product descriptions and how to get at the settings of various things so that we can route this properly in both of these configurations. Okay, next vid coming up. Okay, so in this section of my little video mayhem, I'm going to talk about how to set up Voicemeeter. This is the most important part of the equation here, because it is essentially like a little mixer that lives inside your computer and can accept signal from this, or send it to this, or send it to this, and send it to this, or take it from this, or whatever. You can consider it, like I said, really almost like an interface and mixer inside your computer that can talk to the various programs and to your external hardware. Right now, I own a Focusrite Scarlett 18i6. It is a nice little unit. It has quite a few ins and outs and all that, but you don't need anything as particularly fancy as that. But the whole point of this is to connect our DAW to use ASIO, which, high quality interfaces will use ASIO driver mode. I believe that stands for audio stream input / output, and it's low latency, high quality audio, and all us audio freaks use it. Which all the audio freaks know, but some of you may not. So this here is Voicemeeter again. I can't go through the actual setup because I'm using it to record this video, obviously into Mirillis Action. There's my video being recorded. So I'll just show you kind of what I did. And this was gathered from various videos and from the handy dandy manual that VB-Audio has up on their website. They got like good graphics and all sorts of stuff. If a dummy like me can figure it out, I'm sure you guys can as well, but I'm gonna cobble it together for us audio guys, because most of it seemed to center on you know, a lot of the info out there centers on people using WDM mode and multiple devices like USB mics and whatever. We as audio guys want our DAWs to go through it into our recording stuff, and you know, that's gets a little tricky. So once you get it installed, like I said, download it from the VB-Audio site, Voicemeeter. Install the zip file, reboot your system because it won't work otherwise. It needs to do its thing just like a hardware unit would. Hardware driver, most of them. And there's two ways. You have to set it as your default device, and there's two ways to do that I know of. You can come down here to your little speaker icon. This might be weird because my taskbar is set up to the side, but you know, usually it's down here. But your little speaker icon, most of you are familiar with that. The thing that you click on and you get your system volume. There's the icon for VB-Audio, or for Voicemeeter, because that's my default device. You can right click on that, go to playback devices, and there's your sound properties. Okay, and that's basically the same as if you went into your control panel here and went to sound. Same thing. So that little speaker icon is just a quick way, kind of a shortcut to get to your system sounds. So let's do it that way instead of having you dig through the control panel. Also here you got the option for playback devices and recording devices and sounds. These three all open the same control panel window. Like I open sounds, and you know, it's the same window, just opens at a different tab. Recording devices, see, it just goes to the recording tab. There's a playback tab. Do it again, hit playback device. Oh, it's open on the playback tab, right? So that's kind of a neat little thing. And you'll see here all the audio hardware I have connected to my system. This is going to be different for most of you. Some of you will have multiple devices, as I do here. When you see Realtek, digital output, whatever, Realtek, that's generally your onboard sound. This is the sound from my motherboard. You can see that's totally disabled. Some people leave that enabled. Right, you can see this is, you know, it's not enabled, otherwise it wouldn't give me that enabled option. I don't want it there because it can interfere sometimes, and I'm not smart enough to really manage multiple devices going at the same time, and I don't use that. It's just the onboard sound on my motherboard, and I have no use for that. I use my Scarlett as my main audio device. This is an audio specific system. I only use it for music really, and I guess now for making fancy little videos. So this is my main interface that I use pretty much all the time. That's a Scarlett 18i6 USB device. Got lots of cool, tons of ins and outs. Got two multi inputs, so it accepts XLR, microphone cable, and line in, and has a high Z for guitar input. So on the first two inputs, which is very important, why I'm bringing it up, because those will be seen by Voicemeeter auto-magically. And then it has a bunch of other stuff on the back, but it really, the only things that come into play with Voicemeeter are the first four inputs on that. So that'd be the two multi-ins on the front. So that's input 1 and 2, and inputs 3 and 4 on the back, which are just straight 1/4-inch jack line ins on the back that I have to, they only accept a line in signal, so they got to go through a mixer or come out from a device that has line output. You'll see this is just my VRM box. It's, it has no inputs. If you're familiar, it's a Focusrite VRM box. All it is just headphone monitoring. We don't need to worry about that whatsoever. It's only for mixing and getting some, studio environment, virtual studio environment sounds for mixing. Pretty cool little thingy, but it doesn't come into play here. As I said, system device is totally gone. Totally. You see these little things here indicate they're enabled. These things are totally disabled. And here's Voicemeeter. All right, this shows up as a hardware device, even though it's not. There's nothing physical about Voicemeeter at all, but I guess it kind of tricks your system into thinking it is a hardware unit. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not particularly tech savvy person. I guess maybe kind of like ASIO for all might, if you're familiar with that program, which is kind of a wrapper for ASIO. We won't go into that too much, but there it is. It just tells your system, hey, I'm a hardware device, and it's lying, because it's not. It's a program. All it is this guy here. And it does so much more than that. It just talks to everything, which I'm going to show you now. So this here is the interface. I won't go into it too much because we're just going for the simple setup now. Just want to hook into Mirillis Action from Sonar and get our voiceover. Now, just quickly, these are the hardware inputs. These are the inputs that will take the mic signal or the guitar signal or whatever. So this is weird. You don't got to do anything to this as far as I can tell. Like it seems to have automatically sought out or seeked out the first ASIO inputs from the Focusrite. It just, like, I don't know, Voicemeeter just goes and says, hey, there's an ASIO input. That's probably what the user wants. So we're going to take 1 and 2. So these are my multi-ins on the front of my Scarlett here. Maybe different on your device. And then here, there's a second stereo set, which hooks automatically into 3 and 4, which are line inputs, 1/4-inch line inputs on the back of my device. So again, that might be different depending on your hardware. I don't know what would happen if you don't have an ASIO device or whatever. It was just kind of quite surprising to me. It confused me at first because I thought I'd need to choose these devices, but I think the software just hooks into it automatically as the first best option. So that's kind of cool. Here, if you click anywhere in this area, you will, however, get a drop down to choose different driver modes for your various devices. Here you can see, just like and this list will change for you. It won't look exactly the same depending on your hardware. You'll see that there's my VRM box. Doesn't even have inputs. Not sure why it's there. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but there's my Scarlett. So I could switch to WDM mode, which is the Windows driver mode thing. Wasapi, WASAPI. I'm not really up on these terms. There's a whole little graphic in the manual for Voicemeeter that tells you a bit more about all these driver modes. KS, again, that's kernel stream, another driver mode, detecting my VRM box. And then again, the Scarlett, so MME, that's really old. That's like XP days type stuff, really high latency. Just quickly, WDM is generally, if you don't have ASIO, that's what you're going to want. Lowish latency, kind of okay quality. It'll probably turn to crap on you, though, if you're doing fancy stuff like this. KS kernel stream. Supposedly, this is just something I recently learned about. It's might be better than WDM, may not, whatever, but again, kind of low latency, decent. MME is going to be lots of latency. It's old, whatever, don't use that unless you absolutely have to, but switching to these may solve some problems. If you choose something, you'll see, I'm not going to pick any of these because it'll screw up my recording, but if you pick any of these, there'll be a check mark there, and then you can just see what goes on. And then if you don't like it, just click remove device selection. And I don't have any of them selected at all, so I get automatically my first ASIO input 1+2. Just generic, I guess, just hooked into my Focusrite. Cool, right? Same here, just another input. If I was playing something into the line 3 and 4 on this, then I would get a signal in this channel. I'm not going to do that just yet until I get to the fancier stuff, maybe later in another video. Now this is the cool part here. This is the virtual input. This is what's going to take signal from Sonar and whatever, other programs, like let's just show this briefly here. Again, my silly metal song. Go back to Voicemeeter, and you can see on the first 2 channels I got some signal here, right? And there's gain fader for it. Turn that down a bit. And you've got 8 channels here, right? So that's where all your stuff from your computer comes in. Now you'll see you don't choose an input here. you don't. You send programs into it. So I gotta go into Sonar, which I'll show in a bit. I gotta go into Sonar or whatever other program I want to send audio to make it come into this. If I want to force something to come into this channel. The other thing, though, is because we've made Voicemeeter our default device, if you have system sounds enabled, it will hook into this. So they'll go to this automatically into these first two channels, I believe. So you'll see these bars here. There's 8 of them, and you know, they do different stuff. You essentially get 8 channels, and that translates into 4 stereo channels. The reason for this is you can input, you know, stuff like stereo 5.1 or 7.1 and all that crazy stuff. But more interestingly, we can go over to Sonar here, and I'll just show you briefly. I'll bring up this is my master output on the project. You'll see right now, you saw those first 2 meters lighting up. That's because I am hooked into the Voicemeeter's first virtual input, right? VAIO, virtual audio input, and I guess output 1. So that's what you saw. If I switch to this, you'd see the next 2 bars light up, and this the next 2 bars, and this the last 2 bars, right? So I guess that's kind of how it works. I haven't really messed with that too much because whatever, this is working. This is all I need, stereo output. I don't want whatever. You could, of course, bring it down and get 8 channels, 8 mono channels that way. So if I wanted to send out an individual track to each channel, I could probably do that, right? So there's a mono channel for guitar or whatever, but I don't want that. That's all going to my master bus in Sonar. Anyway, that's probably a little confusing, but I'm just giving you a quick tour here. Quick-ish tour. The point is that Sonar is going to come into this. This is your input of the mixer for your programs and stuff on the computer. These 2 are your inputs for stuff outside the computer, and you can't choose. You can't choose what goes on. It chooses it for you, so you got to stick with the first 4 inputs on your external hardware. Now here's the output section. This is going to go out to your hardware. So this is what allows me to hear this in my headphones or my monitors or whatever, right? So this is, you know, and Sonar is currently set to output to this. Everything on my system is set to output to this because I replaced my sound card with Voicemeeter, and then this hooks into the physical outputs. It's kind of like a throughway here. And you can see this here, ASIO, Focusrite, USB 2.0 audio driver. That's the Scarlett. It's sending directly to the main outputs on the Scarlett. I can, again, choose different modes for these units. And again, you see my VRM box in the list, which actually in this case, I could output to my VRM box and listen to it because it's an output device. It just doesn't have any inputs on it. You know, that's not to confuse things, but that's what you're seeing there. This guitar rig mobile stuff, I don't know, that's something from native instruments, that probably because I have, well, guitar rig installed, but I don't have any of those devices whatsoever. I don't, this is, I guess, supposed to, when you install guitar rig, it installs the ASIO driver for their rig control units and stuff like that. I don't own that stuff. Kind of weird seeing it in the list there, but that's what that is, so don't worry about that. Right. And now one thing here in this, let's reiterate, this is going to my, oops. That's, well, that's the system settings option here. I'll show that later. Output A goes to your monitors, your hardware monitors, right? And that's what A and 2. You'll see that you've got two options to output hardware to, so you can split it out. Don't touch this. Don't even look at that. For A1 though, you're gonna want your ASIO device, whatever your interface is. Just pick the main output for your device, and that's going to be your output, so you can hear stuff. This is not going to your video. It's not. This, I don't know why output 2, which is hardware out, not your virtual out. This is just some alternate output. It doesn't have ASIO, so maybe that's because I don't have another ASIO device to output to, but you can't use two at the same time anyway, so I guess if I wanted to, I could output to my VRM box. All I know is anytime I selected anything in here, I just got wicked problems. Just weird noise and just nonsense, and who knows? I'm not smart enough to figure that out, so just leave it unselected. Don't touch that for now unless you're smart enough to figure it out. And if you do accidentally select something, just remove device selection here. It'll go away. Right? Okay, so those are your hardware outputs. This is your virtual output. Now this, again, like this, is ultra cool. This is a mixer inside your system. This is what is going to get sent to Mirillis Action, to the audio track on Mirillis Action. This is what's going to get sent to Reaper if you go for the fancy output. So the weird thing about this is you only see these 2 meters, but you actually have 8 channels here. Just like here, you have 8 input channels. You have 8 virtual output channels as well. You just can't see them. That's what this button does here. If I turn this off, see, nothing happens on my recording here. But if I were recording into Reaper, then those channels will go away. Let's see if I can make that happen here. So you can see this. This is kind of a line out from the composite. So if I click that, let's see what happens. See that nothing's happening here. And if I had Sonar running, then this would stop working too. I click composite again. There's my voice again. I'm not recording here. So essentially when you click this, and it basically makes it so you get an extra 6 channels. And what those 6 channels are pre-fader outputs from hardware input 1 and 2. So my mic, right, let me click this. That just tosses me in the left side, but this just turned this into a mono signal, and now I could plug my guitar into input 2 and you'd see that, or another microphone, you'd see that in the same channel. And if I hook that up to Reaper, then I could have those both going to their own mono tracks. I'm not doing that just yet. I'll explain that more later. But just so you see what happens there. Now I'm back. The reason I'm using mono is because it sends a more even signal to the Mirillis Action video, which is the only thing I'm doing. I'm not recording into Reaper because I don't need any fancy audio effects or anything. So that's what that does, you know. And then 3 and 4, right, would do essentially the same thing. So just pretend that this looks like this, but you got to use your imagination. And I'll show that in Reaper. It's a lot easier to see when you tap into these virtual outputs using composite. So this is probably confusing. Whatever, I'm not going to go into these. These are just, that's just an EQ kind of thing. And you can right click and get some panning stuff going on, but not touching that. This is a compressor gate type thing. I don't use that. This is a 3-band EQ for your virtual input. Don't use that. What else? Okay, so these here, right now I'm getting wicked echo in my headphones because of some kind of latency. It's just something that happens with Voicemeeter. I don't know, that it's not going into anything. I'm not monitoring any of my programs here. That it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think it's all inside of Voicemeeter where there's a bit of a slap back. So I could turn this off and it's not going to do anything, but I can't hear myself anymore, and that echo goes away. So if you don't care, you know, if you're content with just listening to the sound of your own voice in your own head as you go along, then just disable that and you'll get rid of the echo. It doesn't affect anything. You can see my voice is still coming out through here. I just can't hear myself. The A bus, all that does is turn off what is going to your hardware output. So you just won't be able to hear it. Doesn't matter. You can turn that off in the virtual input as something's playing along. Won't do anything to your recording, whatever you're recording from virtual output B. If you're recording something from your hardware output, like directly from your interface, that will affect it. But whatever, doesn't make a difference. You'll just see I'm talking, nothing's happening here. That means nothing's coming out of my interface hardware. I turn it back on. There it is. All right, but nothing changes here. Now the B button on each of these channels, I can't touch these. Well, I can't touch this one because that's what I'm talking into. I can touch that one there, but nothing's going in there. If I did that while there was signal coming in there, you wouldn't be able to hear it on the recording anymore. If I did it on the virtual input, wouldn't be able to hear it on the recording anymore. So A goes to your hardware. B goes to your virtual output. Very important. So probably best just to leave these as is. Mono button, right? Does what it says. Mono, that's stereo. Since it's taking a mono input signal, it tosses it over to the left. If I had this microphone plugged into the input 2, it would show up on the right channel here instead of the left. So just for simplicity and to not be annoying, I've got it set to mono, and this is going to record straight to Mirillis Action. When I go to record into Reaper, though, I will disengage. Well, I actually don't have to, but if I wanted to use like all these channels, then I would have to disengage this, and then I could have my voice here and a second microphone here, like say for if I'm interviewing somebody, or wanted a guitar there, and then I could have some music going through this from another device through my mixer into channel 3 and 4, whatever, right? You get the idea. There's 4 channels, input channels here that can come from the hardware, and then I've got 8 channels here for the virtual input, so I could have 4 programs all spitting out a stereo signal, or 8 programs spitting out a mono signal, or 1 program spitting out 8 mono signals. You get it, right? So you audio guys will get it anyway. Might be a little confusing to others. So that's that. I kind of blathered on about that a little too much. Anyway, the point is, all right, let's get back to the real point. You need to make that happen. You need Voicemeeter to be your default device. So if it's not, so I'll click on this. This is my interface. It's not my default device. So I would, if this were Voicemeeter, I'd say set as default device. This is already my default device, so it doesn't show that. You can also, right, if you click on something, you see this button here, it does the same thing. Just set as default device. There's also another option. Set as default communication device. Might as well do that too if you do. That's, I think, for VoIP, VoIP, voice over internet protocol type stuff like Skype and whatever. So if you're into that, that's how you'd get Voicemeeter in there. And then you can do a bunch of stuff through Voicemeeter with that. It actually looks pretty handy for that. I don't do that kind of crap, so forget it. You got to do the same thing for your recording devices if it's not selected automatically. Again, it's just really the same thing. If it's not selected, select it, set default, or right click, set default, set as default communication device. If you're doing VoIP, I already have that. If I disabled it and did it again, then, well, this video would screw up. So you get the idea. You just need that green check mark in both of these areas. One little thing, I mean, for audio and for these videos and stuff, you ever watching a YouTube video or whatever, and they hit something and they get this like bubbing, and that's annoying. So just go to no sounds, get rid of your sound scheme. And for audio work, you don't want that stuff going on anyway, because you get an error message, and then all of a sudden Windows takes over your sound device and everything goes to poop. So it's a good idea to disable system sounds in general. Communications, I have no idea. I saw a video when researching this to whatever, I guess this just turns stuff down automatically when you're doing something or other. They said to put it to do nothing, but I don't use that crap, so that's just something to keep in mind. If you know what this means, then I guess the idea is do nothing, and then it won't do stuff without your knowing. So that's the first part there, I did show you don't gotta set anything here. At least I didn't. I just plugged into my first input on my interface, found it immediately. For my output, I just selected the main output, and I can hear myself and hear all the stuff I'm running through Voicemeeter, through my headphones, through my monitors if I wanted to. You know, that's all you need to know for that setting. These B buttons need to be engaged. These A buttons don't, unless you want to hear yourself and hear your virtual inputs as you go. And yep, there you go. So one other thing, I guess I'll show you this. This is your main control panel for this. So there's going to be a lot going on. I guess sometimes people are mixing and matching devices and programs and whatever, and they're all going to be using different driver modes, whatever. This is where you set, you know, your buffers and stuff for Windows stuff and whatever. But here you can see I'm using my Focusrite Scarlett here's this and that. Just make sure your project settings are all matching up, and this is standard audio stuff. Just make sure if you're having problems, go to your project, go to your interface properties, and make sure everything is the sample rate is consistent and your bit depths are consistent wherever possible. But I've seen stuff where, you know, apparently Voicemeeter can handle mixing and matching a bit, but just seems like a really bad idea. I try and avoid that at all costs, and I don't fully understand this yet, so just, you know, use common sense and keep things consistent where you can. So that's the Voicemeeter setup, and yeah, I'm going to do another one to show the Sonar setup and the Mirillis setup in another video. Okay. This is Mirillis Action recording in demo mode. Doing this so you can see the watermark, which should appear here. I have not activated my license yet, which is why I'm making the video. Just want to show you the watermark. Once you activate your license by paying your $30 entrance fee into the Mirillis Action world, or whatever they're charging at that point, I got it on sale. That will go away in theory. I'm doing it on a backdrop of Notepad here, so you can see it, nice big white background. The only other things that the Mirillis Action demo will do is when you close it, you'll get a prompt that will you know, encourage you to buy the program, activate the license, or all that good stuff. And yeah, it runs out after 30 days. I'm not sure what happens at that point, because I'm only, you know, about a week into this trial on my DAW and 2 weeks into my trial on my other machine. But yeah, it's a 30-day trial. Here you can see nothing's whatever other than that. It's fully functioning. You can cruise around, check out all the stuff that'll show in another video to really show it. I don't think there's anything missing from this in comparison to the full version. This is the video I'm recording. There's our settings. You can see nothing is particularly disabled whatsoever. There may be some missing features. Don't really know. I haven't heard or read anything. As far as I can tell, it is a completely full and operational version, aside from this watermark and you know, the pop-up window when you close it, and the fact that it blows itself up after 30 days. So that's the Mirillis Action demo, and I'll be activating it as soon as I can to get rid of this silly little watermark. Okay, so I've decided to move on to Mirillis Action settings next. That's because the sonar settings are going to be pretty easy once we get through this, and these are pretty easy as well. I just you know, checked back on my Voicemeeter video. It's long, it's meandering. All of this is completely unscripted. Kind of just plot it out in my head first and then press record and have at her. But it generally, like, it has all the info you need, so I don't regret it. I looked back at it and just, it's got the info you need, and I kind of trailed off at a couple of points, but I kind of like that. And in some of the technical videos I watch, that it can expose little insights and tricks and stuff, and I'm not known for my conciseness anyway, if anybody's familiar with my posts on the forum. But more info is better, so that's what I was going for. And I realize it'll make these next few steps easier. This is going to be the, I'm going to start off very quickly to get to the meat of it, of the settings, so you can just get set up quickly, and then I'm going to show you more about Mirillis Action and what you need to kind of in order to make it happen. It's a cool program. As you can see, I'm recording right now. This big red button here is the on off. If I click that, it would stop my recording, so do not touch the big red button while recording unless you want to stop your video. That's the video I'm recording right now. These are some videos I recorded previously. And I'll show you where all those live. But the audio settings are what you're here for, what I'm trying to show you. This is the main page. This is what should open up when you open Mirillis Action. And it starts off, this tab system here, and this is your start page. This is I don't know, I guess it's just the main page. I'm recording in the active screen mode. This is what's going to record your desktop. It's, you know, whatever. This is the option you want to use to get all of this, right? Anything that's happening on your desktop is gonna show up here. Show the desktop. There's my desktop. All good here. And what I've got going is Voicemeeter. One thing I forgot to mention to make all this is very important, and sorry to go back to Voicemeeter for a second. You have to have Voicemeeter open to get any sounds anywhere. You won't hear anything out of your sound card the way I showed you how to set it up. You won't get any of that sound. Won't record into anything. You gotta actually open it. I've got a startup icon on my taskbar. I set up all my important things I like to get at in my taskbar, but of course you can go into the start menu and get at that. You won't see my start menu, which is right here. It's a weird thing I've noticed with these videos too, is the start menu doesn't show up, so I can see it as I'm recording this. Big old Microsoft logo here. Yeah, you can't see it in the video, but it's there. Trust me. Right, there's my programs. So you know what that's all about. But as I was saying, you have to have it open. It's kind of like, consider it turning on your interface. I was saying that you don't, this essentially turns into your interface. It replaces it. So consider it turning on your interface, like you're physically pushing a button on your interface to get your sound and your routing and stuff. Or in my case with my Focusrite Scarlett, I got to plug it in. There's no power button on it. I got to plug it in to make it happen. So for me, it would be like plugging in my interface. Otherwise I don't get sound or inputs or anything. You can, however, I think, I haven't tried this and I'm not going to do this, system tray. You can add it to the system tray, run its startup, and then it'll essentially be there and running when you open up, when you boot up your system, and you won't have to worry about that. I think that's what that does. I don't like doing that, but there you go. Just quickly, I realized if you click this here, this little icon on Voicemeeter, you'll open up your web browser. So don't go clicking there, because that might screw up your whatever you're doing. Cause a spike in your system resources. All right, so just a couple extra things there. Now, Mirillis Action. Here's the home page, and just go ahead and make sure this is set. Record system sounds, allow multi-channel audio recording. I'm not going to really go into that, and it doesn't really affect what we're doing, but it doesn't hurt it. And well, maybe it might if they're deselected, but that's what I've got it set to now. Record system sounds is just some like, it's gonna allow your little bleeps and bloops from your system to get recorded to the video. I honestly think that this isn't affecting anything in my setup that I'm showing you, but best bet you want that there. Allow multi-channel audio recording. That's probably more important. Now, and again, I don't fully understand this as of yet, but on the videos, you can on AV, when you're in AVI mode, right? You see this here. You're going to want that set to AVI if you want that option. And that's obviously a higher quality video action. So what happens is this lets you record into two channels, I believe 2 stereo channels onto your video. And if you have 2 units, 2 interface type setups, like this can't happen with ASIO as far as I can tell. So again, it doesn't really affect us for our purposes here. But let's say you have a USB microphone with its own driver, WDM mode, driver mode, MME, whatever, and you're getting your system sounds from your sound card, onboard sound card, or something else, or if I had maybe my interface set to one of those other modes, then I think what happens is it allows you to record into multiple channels. Those get printed onto your video file, which are these guys here. And at that point, you've got two files, and you can use, this is confusing if you're not familiar with it, you can use a program like DX Story, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, or which is another video program where you can separate the audio files from the video file just by right clicking inside the folder. So you click on your AVI file, right click on it, and with program like that installed, you right click on it and it splits out the audio file from the video file automatically. And if you've done it correctly and you have this allow multi-channel recording going on, and you have set up your devices properly in Mirillis, you'll see two WAV files instead of one. And that's the multi-channel recording. One should be your system sounds, and one should be your mic being recorded. So that's kind of for guys recording video games with those headset mics going on, or USB mic. Doesn't really, since we're using ASIO, it doesn't seem to really work that well for us. I haven't been able to make that work. So that's your main page, but just make sure those are checked off just in case. AVI format will allow that. Otherwise, I can't seem to get at this while I'm recording, but if you click on that, you can switch to MPEG format and video size. Well, whatever. This is all quality settings, video frame rate, stuff like that you can set if you don't need as much quality but want to, solve clicks and pops and dropouts, or if you want better quality and you've got a good system, you can set that stuff up. Tons of videos showing that online, so I'll let you go look at that on your own or read the manual. Now over here you can see these are all tabs that you can go through. Don't need to worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about any of this. This is just tools for you to use. Now the sound here, actually this one probably is important. Output format wave, you want that. This is for if you're recording, just there's an audio recorder on this, so whatever. I don't know exactly what happens there, but again, you got these audio recording, you can just record a straight audio file. I don't know if this affects anything we do, but it might, so just leave it set to these settings. So allow multi-channel audio recording again. Record silence just means that it won't drop out when there's no noise going on. So I guess that's a system sounds thing. If your system's not outputting sound, you'll still get a flat line in your wave, which is good for post-production editing because you don't want a bunch of little snippets going on, or false start where it comes in. You know how things can stutter. You start talking and the recording only shows up after you start talking, like a split second after. That sucks. Nobody wants that. Microphone always record. Just keep that like that. Go through it, check it out. Don't know if it affects our videos, but this is type of stuff Makes it a little more flexible if you want to use it as a simple audio recorder. Now this is the full options menu here. And we've got lots of, we got sub-menus, sub-tabs here. Don't worry about that. This is the one we really want to watch here. This is the sounds, options, sounds, tab. All right. So this is where we set our input for our videos. This is coming from Voicemeeter. Set it to Voicemeeter. It's your default audio device. So that's going to be your system sounds and getting put through Voicemeeter, and your sonar sounds going through the virtual input, and your microphone, like I'm talking into now, from your hardware input into Voicemeeter, all going through Voicemeeter, and then Mirillis Action takes the output, takes the first stereo output from Voicemeeter. Now, this is very unfortunate. It's just something that goes on with these programs. They don't expect a million, devices. So you only get to hook into the first output of these devices. What you do get is two separate options for your microphone and for your audio device. So for system sounds, see, microphone settings, system sounds. This again doesn't really affect us. It doesn't do anything for us because we're using ASIO. Just we can only use one at a time. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not exactly sure which is grabbing what. I think system sounds is the one that's grabbing everything from Voicemeeter, from the main output. But this is the type of thing where if you were in just regular Windows audio mode, WDM, something like that, you'd be able to get a signal from a microphone. Like, let's say I have a USB microphone, I could set that up as a device here, and then down here I could just pick my onboard sound card or whatever my default device is. But that doesn't work for ASIO. It doesn't. What happens, it seems, is and remember back here when we're talking about this allow multi-channel recording, that's what that affects right here, as far as I can tell. So what would happen in that setup is your USB microphone would go to one channel on your AVI file, and then your system sounds, whatever is playing on your system, goes on the second channel of your AVI audio. And these are two stereo channels. It records into 2 tracks. And then you need a special program to strip those files out from the video file to get access to them. Otherwise, it's one or the other, and I'd imagine it picks the first track. So look in your Mirillis manual and your Mirillis Action manual, and you'll see that this was confusing me. As you play your videos, it'll only play one of those files. This is if you click on one of these videos here, which might screw things up for the video, what'll happen is their little video player will pop up. And if you click A on your keyboard, you can switch back and forth between those files. So you could, if you hit A, you'd be hearing your microphone. hit it again, you'd be hearing your system sounds and back and forth. And then of course you could bring all of that into a video editor and mix those files together, or edit them, or bring them into a DAW and mix those together. But we can't do that. What happens with us, or at least with me, and maybe I'm just not smart enough to figure this out, is no matter what setting I tried, one of those files ends up silent, and then everything gets crammed into the other file. So I can only get one stereo file. I messed with this for ages and just wasn't working. So we don't do that. What I did do is I just set these to my Voicemeeter output. And that's that. That's all I needed to do. Goes right on the video. That's, you know, I'm not recording into Reaper or making any fancy extra audio here, so that's what you're listening to now. Just a straight file that I got from the video. What happens to that is when you bring it into Sonar again, import it as a video, that file, the first file, will show up in its own track. And you know, so I might add some compression to my voice or something like that in that aspect, but really what you're listening to right now will be that audio file that gets recorded with the video. So simple enough. Again, down here you've got the audio balance. I don't think this affects, well, maybe it does affect something, maybe it doesn't. I will have to see on the video afterwards. I don't think it does, because we only have one or the other of these, and this is just balancing between the two of those. And if we don't have both of them, then it's no balance to be had. I did mess with those, I believe, earlier, and nothing happened. Don't even know. Just leave that to system default. I think that hooks into Voicemeeter. Leave it as it is. So that's the audio. That's all you gotta do with this. Oh, do not leave this checked. It really, like, for some reason with ASIO, doesn't work. All right, and now I'm remembering what the deal is. To get those two separate audio tracks, you need to have this engaged. So if you're in WDM and you have that extra USB mic and all that stuff, clicking that's what will make those two separate files that you can switch back and forth between. In ASIO mode, what happens is when you click this, that's how you get that one silent track and then that one active track. And the annoying thing is the silent track is the one that gets put up first. It's the first in the queue to be played when you click on it here or in your video player. So it took me a while to figure that out. You can try that. Might actually, you know, show you how it works a bit. Try recording a video with this on and with it off, and then you know, listen back to it. Click your video here, which opens up the Mirillis player, and press the A key on your keyboard, and it'll switch back and forth. So you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll have a silent track and then one with audio, with everything on it. So something to play with. You may be able to get further with that than I do. And for those who aren't using ASIO, maybe you'll find that helpful for your own setups. Want it to be as helpful as possible for everybody. Now, just a quick bunch of stuff here. We're going to go a little deeper because I set up a few things. As I said, there's this big red button here. That's to start and stop recording. I use that instead of the key bindings. This is where you find your key bindings, right? So you can instead press F9, or you can change any of these, right? You'll see too, you can start and stop recording audio there, which is a separate function. So if you did that separately, you could record audio without doing anything, and that's F10. You could change that if you want. These are the all default settings here. And benchmarking, that's just for the gamers, and might be useful for us audio guys. I think that just takes a snapshot of what your system resources are. Screenshots, always good. It's kind of like hitting print screen and whatever, but might take a nicer picture of your desktop. And if you already got the program running, sure, why not? And I'll let you figure out the HUD and all that kind of silly stuff. I don't use any of this. I went for the simplest setup possible. The reason I don't use the key bindings is because they'll trigger stuff in Sonar if I'm on the wrong page or whatever. So I believe in Sonar. Well, no, it won't change screen sets. It'll do something dumb in Sonar and various other programs. So I mean, essentially I have to have Action open at the start of my videos anyway to engage it, or even if I was using the key bindings, because I'd imagine it'd have to be in focus to get a key binding to actually hook into it instead of into Sonar. So what's the point? I'll just use the big easy red button. Now you got all this other stuff. This is important. I want to point this out because it's about folder locations. Now we've got two places to set folder locations. This is your export output folder. This is when you actually manually export something to a different format. Like, let's say right now I'm recording using AVI, and I wanted to go to this page. These are all AVIs, and they get tossed in this little temporary window folder here. And I wanted to turn it into an MPEG, or whatever. When I do that, like, excuse me, export selected file, a bunch of stuff will come up. Once you do the export, it's going to show up in this folder. I've set it to my E drive, a folder in my E drive, right? But there's another, and I'll show you that in a minute. There's another place, this for the temp files. Actually, I don't even need to go there. We've got that, and then we've got this here, and I can't access it because it's running. But when this is stopped, when recording is stopped, you'll see you can click on this bar here, and you can kind of see it ghosted out. I don't know if that'll show up in the video, but you can kind of see the file path right there. And so that's where these videos go. These are not exported at all. I haven't done anything with these. These are just the raw AVIs that I'm making. That's the path where this is being sent to. Now I'm going to show you where I put these, because these will default, both of these I believe will default to your Windows My Videos folder. I didn't want that. I don't want that. I've got a nice big fat E drive on my system here. Why am I going in there? That's not what I want. So there's my E drive. Whoa, look at all that stuff. So I set up a folder here. This is the export folder. I haven't exported anything because I don't need to. Everything, I'll actually do my exporting in Sonar, because it exports to whatever, you know, any video format file I want. And this is the video I'm recording right now, I believe. Yeah, that's the video I'm recording right now. Here are the ones that I want. So this is my temp folder. That's all this stuff here, right? And you don't see that folder. You saw the folder there. See my new folder. That's a bunch of videos I didn't want to see in this window, so I made a new folder and just to see what would happen, and dragged a bunch of my garbage videos in there, and look at, they're out of my folder now. You only see the ones I want to see. Right, so I can go back there, but if I did export those, they'd go in here. If I exported them from Action, they would go in here. So if I wanted to do that, whatever. The other benefit to that, just like with you know, with Sonar, to me, I think it's a benefit. I don't know, maybe it's different for video. I'm not really into that kind of, not super technical in that regard, but a lot of the times, you know, how us as audio users, Sonar guys, whatever, with your DAW and your programs and stuff, you keep them on your C drive, and then you have a separate second drive to write things to. So your programs are running on your C drive, and then they're writing to the E drive or whatever extra drive you have, and you set that up in your preferences in your DAW, so that you're not having the program chugging away, which is like reading and writing, doing all sorts of wacky stuff, to use the technical terms, wacky stuff, and all the data is being written to a second drive. So it just kind of, the theory is that it doesn't really overburden your C drive as much. It's like doing two different, it's dispersing the spin ups and spin downs and all that craziness, right? So that's what I did here. I figured I'd just use the same principle, and my E drive is twice as big as my C drive, so whatever, why not? Seems to be working, no problem. That's pretty much all you really need to know to make this happen. You can just poke around some of these. It's a cool program. I like it. A couple of things it doesn't show you this. Right, there's my song again. Sorry to make you suffer through this so many times there, guys. I like it. It's metal. Everybody loves a little metal. But see, I'm seeing green here. I don't know if it probably won't do it now that I'm pointing it out, but for some reason Mirillis Action, it shows my green meters and Sonar as gray. If I jiggle it around a bit, you can kind of, sometimes it'll flash green, but I don't know what that's about. It's kind of like my missing start menu. Very strange. So this is getting recorded into the video as well. This is all getting dumped to a single file via this in Voicemeeter. Right. So there's my voice. There's my Sonar. And it's all going there, and that's going into the audio file in Mirillis Action. So just so you understand the flow of what's going on. This is for, all this stuff you just got to dig into. Benchmarking takes, you gotta, forget this stuff. I don't use it. You don't need it for this. You could have a little, okay, this one may be interesting for you. You can have a webcam up and running and recording to this as you go. So if you're kind of a narcissist, you could set up a webcam and mug for the camera, and it'll show a little picture of you here, and you can set where you want it to show up. I don't know, that's not going to do its thing here, but read the manual. You can look at that. Recording settings. Whatever. This is probably just, I didn't touch any of these. Yeah. That's really it. Long enough anyway. Okay, next up, oh, you know what? These recording mode things, that's kind of important. Use this. This will get your whole desktop. I said that before. This is for full screen action, like if you want to record a movie or a video game. You see it's a game controller there. This is for full screen stuff. It does different things, but if you want to get your computer action and your cursor and all that stuff, do that. This thing latches into Windows, like actual Windows panes, right? So if I had this selected, it could snap over top of this Mirillis window, or over top of my Sonar window, or over top of, if I minimize this, it could snap onto that and just record that. It's kind of interesting. I haven't played with it too much. I found it a little annoying. There's a magnetic setting too that snaps it around it. So I don't know, look into that. That might be useful to you. And let's see, there's another setting here that I want to kind of show you that's kind of cool. I don't know. You'll see these little laser beams, like Mega Man. Yeah, there it is. As I click, you'll see those little Mega Man type laser beams coming off my cursor. Clicking. That's what this is. Visualize mouse clicks. It's not the greatest visualization. It's not what I would choose, but reminds me of Mega Man. I like that little dude. So good for him. Record mouse cursor. Obviously, you kind of want that if you're doing a tutorial. Multi-core recording. Well, if you got a multi-core system, might as well use it, right? Overlay graphics. Oh yeah. Okay, this one, I'm not using this, but you could put a little avatar or something in the corner of your file here, like, your website or whatever. It's like a watermark, but you can do that in post-production in whatever video editing software you're going to be using. Right. Okay. You got some general settings here. Look into the manual. I won't go into that. So that's what I'm doing. I guess next I will show you the Sonar settings, how to route it out. That's going to be super easy. Really super easy. Be right back. Okay, so I've taken a couple of days off to deal with some me world shenanigans and tested a bunch of extra stuff out. It's working out nicely. Learned a bunch of new stuff, and so I'm going to show you that. The next step is to get Sonar into Voicemeeter, the output from Sonar into Voicemeter, which will then end up going to Mirillis Action or whatever, and or whatever else we want to send it to. Simple output from Sonar is pretty simple, but it'll do some stuff that you may or may not like, but it's pretty automatic if your input and output routing scheme isn't too complex. So I have my project open. That's that silly metal project that I've been playing consistently here. As I said, this is for Sonar users who should be familiar with Sonar to an extent. So those users will know that to reset your audio devices, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, Audio Devices. This is your preferences window. All sorts of crazy stuff going on here, but for this, we want to be in Audio Devices. You can, of course, also just press P on your keyboard, and that'll pop up your preferences immediately, and usually devices will be the first thing chosen. If not, like if it opens here or here or here, just audio devices, right? Now this is my audio devices that are currently hooked up and available to my system, that are enabled as my audio devices in my control panel playback devices. I could, if my onboard sound was enabled as well, which they're not, right? Those would probably show up here too. But currently, all I have is my Scarlett 18i6, which is all these ins and outs, and my VRM box, which, so don't get confused by this. This is my VRM box. We're not dealing with that. You'll see how that works. And there it is again down here in the outputs. So currently I have my Scarlett 18i6 as the default device, and I will not get anything from this in Voicemeeter if I press playback. That means this will not go into my video. I can hear it. It's actually really loud, but right here is my virtual input. And I need to stop that because it's blasting my ears out. So that is likely not on the video. Did not go through Voicemeeter. so it's not going into Mirillis, which is set to Voicemeeter, right? Like I showed you before. Now, the reason I'm doing this with the project open is because I wanted to show what happens if you do this with an open project. And the trip is you need to disable your current device, which in my case is the Scarlett 18i6. The easiest way to do this, because what happens is once you deselect an ASIO device or whatever, when you're in ASIO mode in Sonar, you can only select one ASIO device at a time. So the easiest way I do it, you'll see I've got all of these inputs here, but only 3 outputs on the 18i6. So I can deselect those. And deselect these. Sorry, that didn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. I was reversing the order, but there you go. So I deselected everything. And now there you see the voice meter. That was already there. It's just become available for me to select it. Now, just quickly, I'll show you what I was trying to say earlier. This is my VRM box. If I select this, you see everything goes blank. I can only choose one at a time in the output and input boxes. So as soon as you select any of your ASIO devices in here, everything else will become unavailable, grayed out. You won't be able to select it. So again, see, can't do it. If you switched out of ASIO mode in your driver settings, or where is it? There it is. I think if you switch to WDM or something like that, then you can actually get at those, but that is unadvisable. Windows 10, Microsoft says they've been working on their WDM drivers to make it comparable to ASIO quality and latency. I'm on Windows 7, as many of us are, and who knows whether that quality will actually manifest itself. But for now, we're just going to use Voicemeeter instead. So I just selected all the Voicemeeter, virtual ASIO, VB-Audio, which is, I'd imagine, virtual ASIO input output. That's in both fields here. You've got 4 stereo channels, and these subsect into individual mono channels. We're not going to worry about that just yet. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. Now that this is selected, and I click OK, with a project open, we're going to get a message, a missing output message. And depending on your personal input routing and stuff, you may get missing input message or whatever. I didn't, but let's check this out. Oh, missing devices, available devices. Now look at this. that was my original output in the project. And this is Sonar detecting the Voicemeeter as a new possible output, and it hooks into the first virtual input on this. Sorry, I'm pointing you in the wrong direction. It's gonna show up here, the first virtual input. Like I said before, we've got 8 channels of input, and I'll show you that in a minute, but it'll show up here. The level will, once we start playback. So, go back to Sonar, just say OK, it's fine. And it'll automatically route it out. So, we can, in Sonar, you can get at your buses here. I prefer to do it from here. In the console view, you can see it shows the stereo Voicemeeter virtual ASIO. Before, I should have shown that. This would have shown my Focusrite devices, but I can show you that after we switch back. Now, let's start playback. And you'll see that we're getting signal now in Voicemeeter, and that's going to go into the video. That was a little loud. Of course, this is your fader here. Control the levels. This is the level for your virtual input. I can control my mic here. Double click to reset it. Yada yada. Turn that off. And now you notice those were in the first 2 meters here. You've got 8 channels. You can access those individually. So let's switch to this to show you what happens when we do that. Playback started. There you go. That's there. I'm not getting signal for some reason. I can't hear this. It may not be coming through on the video. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the signals at least hitting Voicemeeter. I thought that would show up there, but guess not. Anyway, that's the simple routing to get your master into Voicemeeter, which will then go into Mirillis Action via these, right? And that's going to be mixed in with your voice, which is here. Now, I'm going to switch back for those who are paranoid about what's going to happen when you switch back, which is something that I was a little worried about, which is why I created a new project. See, this is my project here, and then I just did a save as to make sure that I wasn't screwing up my own project. But these are global settings, these preferences, these are global settings, so you can't do it project specific anyway. if that makes sense. The Sonar users, that'll make sense too. So same thing's going to happen. Deselect your devices here. Now this is what I was actually trying to do at the start. If I, I know these are my Scarlett output drivers, which are far less. There's only 3 of them. So I click one of those and I just, exposed all of the actual Scarlett IOs in one go just by clicking that one thing. And everything else is grayed out, so it makes it easier to select everything. Unfortunately, you have to click each checkbox here one at a time. I tried a bunch of stuff trying to do like a shift select to select everything at once, but that did not work. And there we go. So it now, you see, missing audio outputs. It's going now from Voicemeeter, virtual ASIO, to stereo Focusrite. And click OK. And now you'll see this is set back to my Scarlett, which that's what that USB 2.0 audio driver Mon 1, monitor 1, 2, because I haven't set up friendly names or anything. And yeah, so don't worry about that too much. The same goes for inputs, it seems. I don't want that. This is the input for a guitar track. I have this connected to my left Focusrite here, which is actually what my mic is hooked up to, but I had my guitar hooked up to it to record that part. So whatever. If you've got more than your first 4 inputs, hardware inputs being used, you may run into a problem. Otherwise, I think it'll probably auto map all this anyway. Maybe not, whatever. But I'll go into more advanced routing because I was testing that quite a bit, and then you can force it to do stuff like send all the various channels, the virtual channels and hardware channels directly into tracks, which is pretty cool. So I just wanted to show you that message so you don't get freaked out when it happens. Now I'm going to show you how to do that without getting a message and still get the same result. And it takes a bit of a minute for some reason for Sonar Platinum to release. For my system, I can't open it again right away, which is something that kind of annoys me. So we'll just wait a couple of seconds here. And maybe that's long enough. There we go. Some weird thing with Sonar. So instead of opening the project, if we want to avoid that message, we can do this with nothing open, right? Go to Preferences and change our driver to the Voicemeeter, and we won't get that message, and everything seems to route properly. Voicemeeter, Voicemeeter, Voicemeeter. Voicemeeter, Voicemeeter. Alright, everything seems to route properly. And when you open your project, which is as you saw, kind of open and close from the start screen there earlier, maybe, you can open those. This is your recent projects here in the file menu. So this is same thing, same as opening that. This will take a second. Sonar is always a little weird upon opening projects. At least on my system. I built it myself and I'm an idiot, so whatever, if that's the worst of my problems, doing pretty good. There you go, that wasn't too bad. And you see, I opened the project, I had changed the settings. Yeah, no message, it just automatically switched over. Right, there it is. My output, Voicemeeter output, that's gonna go into the virtual input on Voicemeeter right there. Okay, now that, as I showed earlier, is gonna go into Mirillis Action onto the video and record it into the audio track on this video that we can then drag into Sonar or you know, a video editing program, and then screw with the audio there. And that's pretty much it for the simple output routing. Okay, so tons more of experimentation has been going on the past few days. Been watching over some of the previous videos. Very long-winded. Again, no regrets, because we covered some pretty good topics that may help some people or may annoy some people, because kind of new at this and not very concise. But this video, this section, will cover the output, the virtual output routing, and how to tap it within the Sonar environment, because this video is more or less intended for Sonar users, but a lot of the info can be translated to other programs if you're clever enough. But for now, I was previously referencing these imaginary outputs, these imaginary virtual outputs, and I figured out various ways to really show that to you. And for Sonar users, I realized it might be easier to explain and how that works in Sonar before we move on to how to get it into Reaper for our isolated audio, which can then be edited over top of the video in post-production. So, as I said, there are 8 virtual output channels. I kept referencing this so you can visualize it, because there's 8 individual strips here on the virtual input, but I realized that there is actually a semi kind of easier way to visualize it right in the output channel using the hardware output. And the only way you can access these discrete outputs is by using this composite button here. What this does, if it's off, all you're getting is the first two virtual output channels, which is a full summation of everything that's going on here. Post fader, so anything I do here with these faders and these buttons here, that's your solo, that's your mute, that's your whatever, all of that goes into the first stereo channel, and that is what is being recorded into Mirillis Action via the sound input settings here that we set up earlier. But once you click that composite button, what happens is this hardware input 1 gets its own channel, own stereo pair 1 and 2. This gets its own stereo pair 3 and 4 from my ASIO device, right? In this case, the Scarlett 18i6. And then the final stereo pair is where all the virtual input, which is system sounds, the sound from Sonar, etc., goes into completely separate from this first channel, which is the combo of all of this into the first two. So to visualize this, let's go to the hardware output and click composite, and you see something happen there. I got an extra channel for my voice. All right, this is the main channel of everything, and I click this and a second stereo pair shows up. If I click the mono button, which is dumping channel 1 into channel 2 in this case, and would do the opposite if I was recording or talking into channel 2 of my ASIO device. Like if I was physically hooked up into the second multi-in on my device, it would dump it over to channel 1. If I remove this, you'll notice on the video that I have now been dumped into the left side. That's because I'm in input channel 1 on my device. If I hooked my microphone into the second input, it would show up here. I currently have my guitar hooked up here to show this even further. So I'll show that off in a minute, but trust me, these are two discrete channels. Now if we go back over here, we'll see that the main outputs, this is being dumped. These first two channels are the whole summation of everything. And because the only thing going in is my voice, you can see that this has been dumped into the left channel. But also this is the direct tap pre-fader of this entire channel. If I click this, then the second channel shows up, right? And the final channel will be this channel, which I'll show as well. This is stereo channel. So let's look at that again. You see, this is the culmination of everything in channel 1, 2, and then this is the tap, pre-fader tap here, and I can show that, give an example of how that's pre-fader. In my main output on the video, my voice is about to get lower, which will be represented here, but not here, because that is pre-fader. So blah, 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 blah. See how that one side went down, this one did not. So that's the first part. I just turned myself up a bit because I seem to have turned myself down. Hopefully that wasn't too low, or I'll just automate it in later. Okay, so let's get back into both channels here, so it's not annoying until it absolutely needs to be. So now we've got this second input channel right here, which is the line inputs on the back of my device that I was talking about earlier, 3 and 4. I have to hook these through my mixer because needs the back of my interface does not have multi-ins or anything like that. So what I did was I did one of my wacky little wiring schemes from my laptop, which is a completely separate computer, into my mixer, which is feeding line outputs into inputs 3 and 4 on my Scarlett 18i6 interface. And I currently have one of the tutorials from the Cakewalk TV section of their website. Hopefully they won't mind me using this for this example. You won't see this on the screen because it's on a completely different computer, but you will hear the sound just to show you it coming into these channels via line 3 and 4 from my mixer. See, there you go.
In the new Professional and Platinum Series software by Cakewalk.
Okay, so I'm just turning up and down my mixer here. You can see it coming in and out of hardware input 2. Now, watch this meter here, okay? Because this is the discrete channel, pre-fader channel coming from this, right? From hardware input 2, which is 3 and 4. That comes in here. So let's do that again.
Flexibility and power will transform your
right,
mixes
see
and
that?
elevate your workflow. To get started, for example, quickly,
see my
why don't
voice
I come
here?
up here and choose load preset. With
And
my
this is
drum
1 and
selected,
4. So
I'm gonna
let's
choose a
turn
drum
down
preset.
one channel.
Select it, and there we have now its own
Okay,
processing
so
unique to the drum channel.
that's channel
When I
4
select, for
on
example,
my
the bass channel,
interface.
You see it has its own unique
I
series
turned
of
down channel
processing.
3.
Let's load a.
Let's turn that down. You can see
Now, as I select
there's
each
the
track,
discrete channel
you'll
on
see
the
how
other
it
side.
conforms accordingly to what I have
See
loaded
that?
here.
Okay. So now you can see, and I'm going to stop that video. Rather exuberant young fellow discussing the Pro Channel modules and what not in Sonar, Cakewalk Sonar. So you see that's pretty cool. That kind of shows how the 4 channels here are available from these 2 stereo channels. Now that's going, and I'm just using the main output A. This is the hardware output to show what's going on with that. But all of that was happening in Virtual Out B. So you could visualize all of that happening over here, even though there's no way to see it. There's no way to whatever. So just imagine all of that happened over here. Now this is where it gets crazy. We haven't touched this here at all. That won't show in this at all because you'll notice we only have 6 bars here. So that covers the entire output of everything together, these first two bars, these two cover the two channels here. And let me just for a second, I'm going to make a noise on my guitar. Nothing special, just going to hit some strings so you can see it coming in on input 2. See that? My guitar is sitting on the ground, so don't expect me to be ripping out like Jimmy. Right? So, see it there? See it there? That's the main out. Here it is. This is the discrete out. Then you can see it kind of flipping sides in the virtual out. But that's our main out. So check this out. These first two channels on the virtual out are the entire thing. So to fully show you how these two channels are the summation of everything in Voicemeeter, which will become more apparent later when we tap the outputs in Sonar. What I have done is put a little bass line. This is one of the Brian Hardgroove loops from one of the Sonar Platinum goodie boxes from Craig Anderton. Just a bass loop. This is going to output to the virtual input on Voicemeeter. So let me just check my levels here. Don't want to blast you out. Turn that down a bit. I'm going to hit play. This is all routed. Sonar is routed. Okay. So turn this up a bit. See that playing in the virtual out. Stop talking. See that moving there? That's my voice. Discrete channel from over here. This is everything. That's why I'm talking loud now. You can see it overpowering the bass. And that's it. Okay, so whatever. And now let's smack my guitar a bit. You see it? You see it in all these channels. So let's turn off composite. It all sums into this. You can still hear it. The composite is what taps all of these channels discreetly and allows it to happen discreetly. And I'll turn this guy on here so you can see everything at once. Okay. So in comes
and here we have it, located at the bottom of our Sonar plugins. Now we can move these around by selecting the top.
Right. You can kind of see
in any series that
all
I choose.
the channels.
Toggle them individually on and off, right from A being your
all
word.
at once.
And I can collapse and expand them.
Now that's gonna make a whole heck of a lot more sense once we get into whatever. See, this is confusing stuff. Voicemeeter requires a lot of imagination. The virtual input in that, which would be the Cakewalk promotional vid that I was just playing, that wouldn't exist in this at all. Sorry, actually it would. Sorry, that would be coming in input B. What wouldn't be coming into this that we can't see at all, aside from the entire summation in the first two channels here and here, was that bass line here. summation, complete summation of everything. And I'll spike to the left side to make the point clear. Composite on. There's the mic. There's that. And if I started playing my Cakewalk promo again, you'd see it come in these last two channels. All right, that's nuts. It is. It's really nuts. I'm sorry if that's confusing. I'm sorry if it's meandering. Hopefully it will start making some sense as soon as we get into our more familiar input outputs within Sonar. So what I've done here is I've set up a bunch of tracks. This is a blank project. This is the baseline I was feeding back through everything. And what I've done is I've set up two sets of tracks in their own little folders here to show the stereo grouping outputs from Voicemeeter. Right, so that and that and that. Might as well go back into stereo with vocals. Sorry, I should have done that earlier. So it'll show the discrete output from that, the discrete output from that, the discrete output from our virtual input here, all pre-fader, as well as the main summation of everything. Okay? So, the reason this is important is so you can actually tap into these outputs logically, like with some knowledge about what's what. Now you see here, I'm going to start with the stereo. I'm going to start with the stereo inputs and how to tap them. I've labeled these VM for Voicemeeter, all 1 and 2, and VM for Voicemeeter hardware 1 and 2, VM Voicemeeter hardware 3 and 4, VM virtual doesn't need a number, it's just everything from the virtual inputs being summed together. So this is a summation of everything here, and it represents these two channels here. So that means everything that comes in here, everything that comes in here, everything that comes in here gets outputted to your hardware, which is not what's being accessed by Sonar. It's coming to here as well, which this is what's being accessed by Sonar, and the only thing you can see ever from the virtual out within Voicemeeter, and that's here. This is everything. Right? Okay, I can click playback here again.
Load.
Right, see that?
How about?
Okay, you can see that. It's all coming through there. If I even played back that, there it is. Okay, there's a baseline coming from Sonar out into Voicemeeter's virtual inputs, everything. And that is Voicemeeter 1 and 2. Those of you who are familiar with Sonar's input routing scheme, they don't do 1 and 2. They do left and right. A lot of annoyances and complaints about that. But if you're clever enough, you'll know that this is 1 and 2 in the real world, and whatever, kind of in the Voicemeeter world, kind of. They do stereo pairs as well, so if you don't understand that routing scheme, I'm sorry. I just there's no better way to really explain it. Usually when you see left and right, even if it says 1, 1, 1, left and right usually means 1, or at least the first in a series, and right means the second in a series. And then you see stereo, and that'll mean the combination of the two. That's what I have set here is the stereo input, because I'm showing you stereo grouping. All right, and that in that channel, what I'm getting from that is this, exactly this. This is a true representation of the entire meter of everything. It's the only thing we're going to see. We have to imagine everything else, the virtual taps of all of these three, so just pretend there are 6 more channels beyond that you cannot see. Sorry, I know it's confusing, but that's why you're here, to learn about it. As I mentioned earlier, don't click your input echo in Sonar. You don't want live monitoring, it'll cause feedback. The reason I can see this and the reason I have this activated is because Sonar moves back and forth. This meter is a playback meter until you activate a track and arm it for recording, and then it turns into an input meter. So that's why we can see that. So we'll be doing that as we go through, so we can see what's being input into the individual channels. So you see Voicemeeter all is, if you want to tap into the main bus from Voicemeeter, it's 1 and 2, or left and right, stereo. Okay, and it'll be different in it'll be a little different in Reaper, but for us Sonar users, this might help explain it. Okay, so now this is Voicemeeter hardware 1 and 2, which is this here. That's the tap, the pre-fader tap of this channel. And there's actually 2 channels here. I just have it set to mono, so my microphone is going into both channels evenly. And if we go to Sonar again and hit that, you'll see I'm getting a signal from that, and we tap into that by going to the left and right VB-Audio 3. Okay, and this is one of the outputs that you can't see from the virtual output, but you can see here. Okay, so I'm talking into it now. I can dump this over to the left. I can play my guitar, get that signal in the other side. So you can visualize that these 2 bars being on just to the left or just to the right of these main bus output bars. So think of these 2 as being here. Just use your imagination. This is all contingent on having this button activated, which allows you to tap the channels. If you don't have that activated, you can't tap these channels. If I disabled that, then you'd get no input at all, right? From whatever target program you're going to. So keep that engaged if you want. The multi-output, see, it's back on again. That taps into it. So next up is, and I guess I'll just show you again briefly. In this stereo schematic, I keep showing you that if I dump this into a stereo channel, which I've got my mic inputted into 1 and my guitar inputted into 2, and I hit that, right, so you can see how those are in their own channels. Let's go back to Sonar and you'll see that reflected again in the track, in the target track. Okay, so that's the stereo channel. We can separate those further, of course, which I'm going to show you in my mono setup of this scheme, but because Voicemeeter shows everything in stereo pairs, I wanted to show you in the stereo pairs first, so you understand what's going on. Next up is hardware 3 and 4, Voicemeeter hardware 3 and 4, which is this here. Okay, this is direct tap again. So I said this is all, then we imagine the tap from hardware 1. Now we imagine the tap from hardware 2 coming to this side. And to really visualize it, again, I'll hit this composite button so you can see what's going to happen here. And then you need to imagine it happening over here. All hardware input 1, 2, hardware input 3, 4. Nothing's happening now because I have yet to put anything into it, which I'm just about to.
Now we've loaded this with a suite of plugins.
And that's
you can globally turn
coming
all
from
the
my
plugins
other
on
computer.
And off the power like so.
See it coming
up
in
here
here.
In the top right corner. And in the console view,
see it coming
it's
in
located
here.
right here, where we can make it pre and post fader. Our effects
It's
rack.
dumped into here as well because that's the all bus.
Next, I'd like to point out this disclosure arrow right here.
Visualize
where it says Show
this
High Pro Channel. Watch as I toggle this
here.
on. Exactly.
Yeah.
It actually displays the course.
Oh my God, that guy is really enthusiastic. Good for him. He's pumped up. Gotta like that. Now here's where it gets kind of silly. There's no way to show you beyond that, right? You see, we've only got 6 channels here, so I've been trying to show you all these 8 channels and then trying to get you to mentally visualize them on this side, which is what we're tapping. We're tapping virtual out B. But you notice we just did this and this, but there's no way to there's no meter for this in our hardware output. So now we really have to use our imagination for our virtual input main tap, pre-fader tap. So all I can say is we showed you this, which is hardware 3 and 4. We know that we go to left, right, 5, 5, right? Worked in sequence. This is everything main master from Voicemeeter 1 and 2. This is hardware input 1 and 1, and then on your interface that'd be 1 and 2, which is my guitar and my mic plugged into. This is Voicemeeter hardware input 2, which is, the see, I just screwed that up. Which is Voicemeeter, so Voicemeter hardware input 2, but on my interface, hardware input 3 and 4. You seen why this is screwy? You gotta totally imagine and shift your numbers. You can set up friendly names if you want in your preferences in Sonar to make it a little easier or logical, but this is default settings here that you gotta use your imagination for and your intellect for. Now these last two are the tab for the virtual input. Okay, so this is why I set up this channel here, which is the final stereo set. You see right there. Voicemeeter virtual ASIO, don't know how to pronounce that properly. This works either way. Virtual audio input, output 7. And there's a left, right. It's 2 channels, so we can dig that down to mono if we want to. And that represents everything that's coming in here. Now this is even screwier because you can input into 8 channels on here, but they all get dumped down to that single virtual bus, that virtual tab. So doesn't matter, you can't strip these out. Everything that comes in here goes into these 2 channels. There's no way around it. So it's not much point trying to get, let's say you route out from various programs into those individual tracks here, because they're all going to get dumped down to that final invisible virtual out. And so let's show that off, right? This is just Sonar playing back. Consider this system sounds. If I opened Windows Media Player or something, or anything on the system, that's gonna land here. It's all going to end up in sorry, it's all gonna end up. The problem there was I don't have arm changes allowable during playback. That's what the problem was there. So that's another thing. But you see now, it's coming in to this channel. Nothing else is coming into this channel. If I stop playback, see, it's a total pure tap of the virtual input here. Pre-fader. This won't affect anything on any recording or input, so play it again. You see it's coming from here. This is the playback track. That's going out to Voicemeeter to here, and then it's going to our invisible tap as well as our main output. Visible tap, but the invisible tap is what is being sent into this track here, which is thus sent to our master on the project, which all of these channels are back out to virtual ASIO VB-AO1 into Voicemeeter, which is again getting routed back out. Right? Kind of crazy. That's out to our hardware. now that we've seen that, we can strip it down into mono. These are all stereo inputs, which of course are summation of two mono channels. That's all stereo is. Now here I've set it up in Sonar to accept individual mono channels instead of the stereo channels. Now that we understand that a bit, we can do this. All right. So there we go. Mono, I'm in the left side in the video. If I wanted to record this into a track, I could center it like which is what we're going to do when we get into Reaper. I can center that and it won't be as obnoxious, but this frees up the extra channel, the input 2 on my device, to play my guitar. Do, 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 do. It sounds great, right? Listen to how awesome I play guitar. You know, don't even have to pick it up and I'm freaking Ingve there. And so now you can see, let's do that again. Left, right. These are the all inputs. So again, everything like I showed you earlier, that's all gonna be, that's all this here. Everything from Voicemeeter is coming into these two channels. That's just because it's left, right. If this was a stereo channel, let's do that again. Let's go back here and switch this back to mono. Go back here. You see? Everything. And I'm not going to bother playing back all that other stuff. Just trust me. It all goes into these two channels. All right, forget it. Again, don't touch your input echo on this because it's going to cause feedback because you're already monitoring here through the A bus. You got to disable that. That's a whole other story. I tested a ton of stuff. And just for now, don't do it. I'll do other videos showing what goes on there because this is already getting stupid long. So this is your tab. Again, left, right, VO3. That's the direct tap of this. The previous thing I was showing you was the main bus output. Okay, so there you go. You can see it. This is the left channel, my microphone, which I'm plugged into. That is going into this. Voicemeeter, hardware, 1, left, ASIO, 1. So that's my left hardware input on my device, on my Scarlett, and it's the hardware input channel 1 on the left side, and that goes in there. And now you'll see the meters don't fluctuate because this is a mono channel. If I hit record, see, it creates mono track because it's a mono signal. And on the other side of this track is what I have my guitar plugged into. Right? So that goes into virtual ASIO. Right. 3. Not 2, not whatever. Right. Voicemeeter virtual ASIO VM VB-Audio 3. And that's the left, sorry, the right channel of hardware input on Voicemeeter here. And it represents, it's taking its signal from the number 2 multi-input on the front of my Scarlett interface. So let's check that out. Right. Again, mono signal. If I hit record, there's the guitar signal. You can see my voice being recorded independently. No guitar, nothing but voice. There's the guitar. Probably should have muted that track. Now, as long as I've shown you that, I was trying to configure this so that I could monitor a guitar sim and effects and whatever while onto the video. There's no way to get a guitar effect onto the video with live input, like so that the user can hear the guitar sim as they play the guitar, because it requires this to be on, which is your input echo, which enables live input monitoring, while still having your audition bus going on here, right? These, like I said earlier, are the audition buses that go into your main output so you can hear it. You have that on, and you have your input echo on. You're getting feedback. I learned how to control it reasonably well, but it's too convoluted and screwy, and you can't really hear it. So just don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do that. What you can do, though, is put a sim on it, right? Audio effects, blah, blah, blah. Go to whatever your favorite effects are, and it'll apply. You can press play after you've recorded something, and it'll apply. So that's how you show off your guitar sims and whatnot. You just don't want to do it live with a guitar in your hands, which is kind of dumb anyway, because you can't really fiddle with effects so much live unless you get a foot controller or something. So, you know, just record your thing. You want to show off your guitar sim, then play with it on a recorded track instead. All right. So next up, again, stripped out. By the way, this up here is your track control filter. So ASIO, to get at these controls in Sonar, go to ASIO. That means input output. That'll expose your inputs here and your outputs to your buses, or whatever you want to do, right? To me, it's set to master, and then my master is set to Voicemeeter. Right, so that's hardware input 1, left, right. I can switch back to mono now, so I'm not blasting in your left ear instead of being nice and clear on both sides. And next up is, hardware 2, left and right, ASIO 3 and 4. Same trip, it's a stereo channel. That represents this. There's nothing going in it now. But there will be in a second. This is what I have that my laptop hooked up to through my mixer. So let's get some audio going there again.
For example, quickly, why don't I come up here?
There you go. Now
that's
stereo signal
from
a
drum
mixer.
Selected, I'm going to choose a drum preset. Select it, and there we have
stripped
now its
into
own
individual mono channels.
When I select, for example, the bass channel, you see it has its own unique series of processing.
There you go.
Let's
left and
load a
right.
preset on it.
Left and right. Stereo channel.
Now, as I select each track,
that should be reasonably understandable for everybody. Hopefully. You can, of course, put a single microphone into one or the other, or through your mixer, or if you have multi-ins, 4 multi-ins, you can put extra microphones and guitars and whatever, and then have 4 input channels. The idea is really that Voicemeeter replaces the inputs on your interface. All right, so you're probably getting that concept here. Instead of hooking into your interface, you hook into Voicemeeter, which then hooks into your interface and makes it all happen. So just kind of a bridge. And here, same trip, Voicemeeter. This is the virtual output from Voicemeeter, which is the imaginary thing way on the far left that we can't see anywhere in any of this. Right? So just show that. We're going to start playback again. Same thing that we were looking at in the stereo version of all this. Okay, there it is. There's the input coming from Sonar. And then it'll be the output is the totally invisible output coming from over here. And you hook into it from Sonar with these channels. Right, so whatever. To really get a mono signal, any kind of whatever, you can play with that. Like let's say output a mono signal from a specific track into the left and right. Then you could, with some screwing around, actually get some kind of separation into these tracks. But really these two are just going to be a stereo output of everything that's coming into your entire virtual input here, and it's total tap pre-fader, so this fader won't affect it. These faders only affect the main 2 all output, the main bus from Voicemeeter, which, by the way, is what is going into Mirillis Action, right? So you can hear that, but in Sonar you wouldn't hear that. I think that's long enough explanation of how to get your inputs and how to tap everything. I know probably again a little long-winded and convoluted, but it's a bit of a confusing setup, and we're gonna tap that in Reaper. So I just wanted to show it in a comfortable environment, and maybe you want to record via Voicemeeter into Sonar, like play your guitar, do whatever via Voicemeeter. So that'll allow you to know the routing scheme, what you need to tap into to access these discrete signals, and how to access the main output bus, and how to access the virtual output bus if you're trying to record from another program, stuff like that. Because of course, once you move away from your main interface device, your main audio device, which we have, then those are really your only options for input. Like Voicemeeter becomes your only option. we disabled everything else. All right. Ideally, though, once you move back to your project, if you're not trying to do a recording, a screen cap recording, or send out a live feed to something that requires the routing of Voicemeeter, go into your preferences and switch back to your interface. Just disable all of this and get back to your interface, because the quality is going to be better. The system's going to be more stable. Voicemeeter is pretty stable, and it does seem to be piggybacking onto the device drivers, but whatever, it's limited inputs and outputs. It's kind of confusing to route, as you just saw and hopefully understood, but just get rid of it and go back to your usual routing scheme. This is just solely to access these types of options for recording the various output amongst different programs all at once. That's all we're doing. Okay. And I guess next up will be hopefully a reasonably brief explanation of how to get this into Reaper, so that you have individual tracks to edit into your videos, and over top of your videos. Okay. All right. Okay, it's been a long series of videos, hoping to wrap up this last bit of routing here. I showed you how to access the virtual outputs, the discrete virtual outputs in Sonar, probably a more comfortable environment for many of us. And now we're going to do that in Cockos Reaper, so that we can record those channels into individual tracks, so that we can edit them together independently, or edit do voice overdubs and replace screw ups or add effects or any of that crazy stuff, because we can't record directly back into Sonar. So what we need to do is set up Reaper now. This is Reaper. And to do that, we don't, as Sonar users, we're used to going to edit preferences. That doesn't happen in Reaper. We go to options, preferences. Okay, so this is where you would set up your interface normally, and since Voicemeeter is our interface, that's what we're going to set up. So there's all these things. This may open up on the general tab. I just happen to already be looking at the proper area. So in the preferences, go down to audio, devices. You'll see this is kind of similar to what well, not really similar to what you'd see in Sonar, but if you're used to mucking about with interfaces, you'll see this is a general place to set such things up. So ASIO driver, right, Voicemeeter. See, I've got all my devices here. Again, whatever. So just make sure the Voicemeeter virtual ASIO is selected, because that's going to be our interface. There's my Scarlett. Don't want that. So, all right. So virtual Voicemeeter virtual ASIO, and then down here, this is important. This kind of screwed me up. Make sure enable inputs. If you want all 8 channels, it has first and last here, and same for the outputs, right? Which apparently I haven't done for the outputs. it'll default, and you actually saw that, it'll default to just 1 and 2. You want all 8. It's a series. This will be the first, this will be the last for your inputs. This will be the first, this will be the last for your outputs. If you don't change this from 2 to 8, you'll be missing out on your inputs and outputs, your possible channels. And I guess that's true for hardware interfaces as well. So just select all your inputs and all your outputs, and that's how you do that. Okay. Now, there's some other setup issues here that are going to make your life quite a bit easier. So one is what we know as our picture cache in Sonar, which is where all the waveforms are drawn and whatever. Sonar just kind of tucks that away in a convenient little place for us automatically. In Reaper, apparently, it just dumps all those wave images into your project folder. So that's going to get real messy when you're trying to get at your waves to drag them into your video editing project. So where we go is Options, Preferences, General, Paths, and down here, Store all peak caches, aka RIA peaks, also known as RIA peaks, in alternate path. Now what I've done is set up a folder specifically for this, again on my E drive, and I actually set up a folder specifically for all my Reaper projects as well. So if you understand file paths, there's E, that's the drive. The backslash means the first folder, the main folder on that drive, AAA Reaper projects. I use AAA so I can get at it. It's right at the top of the list. And then another backslash means that there's a subfolder called RIA Peak Cache. All right, so what you need to do is to select that, you would click Browse and then go find that folder, but you need to create it first. So what you would do for that, see, this is the folders icon I've got here, but you could go in to here and go to Documents or Computer or whatever and get into your computer. And for me, like I said, I put it on my E drive, but you could put it anywhere. A lot of people seem to put it on their desktop. There's a folder. So in the E drive, right before I did this, all I had to do was go to New Folder, right, and that'll create a new folder, name it, do whatever, for everything you want. See, I didn't want that because I've already got it set up. Here, I already set it up, and so there's my Reaper projects. And I created another folder. So in this subfolder, I created a new folder and named it RIA Peak Cache. Here, you can name it whatever you want, but it makes sense to call it RIA Peak Cache. Don't need that folder because I already have my folder created. So once you create that, then you can click Browse, select it, in this window here, repeat cache, and then all your waveforms will go into that. Now, the reason this is important is because otherwise you're just going to get all of these files intermingled amongst your waves and your project files. See, that's a repeat file. That's an image cache. Don't want that. Don't want that mucking things up because it just looks it's ridiculous, and it makes a picture for each and every one. Now, supposedly, and I'm not a Reaper expert, you can just delete all of that crap, right? And then anytime you open a project again, Reaper will just rewrite it. So that's how you clear your cache in Reaper. Probably easier ways to do that as well. But, you know, that's my knowledge so far. More importantly, that's just a subdirectory in the main Reaper folder that I created. But it doesn't matter where really you store your Reaper projects. You can send them anywhere, which is the next thing I'm going to show you so that you can keep things nice and clean and get at stuff easily after you've done your tracking here. Okay, so that would be similar to our per project folders action in Sonar, which is an option that stores your audio and project files in a single folder in one place instead of going into the global folder. So in Reaper, you know, I believe I had that set up kind of semi-automatically. I just went through some chaos on my system where I had to do a restore that didn't really work. I just want to get this video done. But you can do this on a per project basis just by going to File, Save Project As, and then see, this is the template that I started. And if I wanted to create a new folder for this where all my audio and my project will go, I just create a new name. So, you know, toot action, whatever. And make sure this is selected, move all media into project directory. That means anything you bring into the project or record into the project or anything like that will end up in that directory. But this is the important thing. And this seems to get unchecked every time. Like I said, I'm pretty new at Reaper. There's probably some way to make this check automatically. But as far as I can tell so far, you have to manually do that every time you save as. And that's your per project folder action there, these two check marks. So do a manual save as. And there's my new title. Okay. And I want it in this folder. So go to your main project folder or wherever you want to send it, so that you know where it is to yank the files. You don't want to be in one of these subdirectories when you do it, right? You want to be in exactly the folder you want. I made that mistake before. So this is my Reaper projects folder, so I know where to find stuff easily on my E drive. And click save. Right, and now I can go over here into my Reaper projects, and there it is, toot action. Open it up. If I recorded a file, let's do that now. These are all armed, by the way, which I'll show you in a second. So I'll just record it and I'll show you where the WAV files go. This is the same file because I'm in mono mode. Let's stop that. Now let's go back to storage and see if that's actually in there. I may need to save it to Action. Yeah, there you go. You see, there's the waves that were just created. Didn't even have to save or anything. And you can see that I've named these files, and those correspond with the file names here. So the reason I'm bringing this up and showing this first is because, you know, Reaper's file system is kind of crazy. So if you make a video and you want to have these WAV files easily accessible, do all that, and then you can just go in here and yank them out instead of having to export them and wasting disk space and screwing around, whatever. If you do it that way, you can just get in here, select these files, and drag them into Sonar or whatever whatever program you're going to do your audio editing to the video with, right? So just a bit of a time saver before we go into all that crap. It's kind of weird. Once you move into another window, Reaper ignores the waves and goes offline, but as soon as you click it on, they come back. So I don't want those waves. That's just silliness. Let's see what happened there. I'm kind of curious myself if those actually went away. What am I doing? Wrong folder. There we go. They are still there, but you can just get rid of those if you want, or I believe if you close the project and then open it again, that should remove them. No, I don't know why that is. Like I said, still figuring out Reaper and its ins and outs. But that's not the point of this vid. So let's do another save as. Save project as to Action 2, because we want a clean audio folder. Create subdirectory for project. Move all media into project directory. Right, we want it to be clean. This icon is the actual project file. You'll see there's no whatever going on there. Go back here. Projects. And see, I screwed up. This is another thing to watch out for. I screwed up because I didn't get out of 2 to Action 2. So that's a lesson learned. So if that happens, you can just go cut and then go up to your main folder, your main, wherever you're storing your Reaper projects, paste, and there. All right, and it's out of that subdirectory that you didn't want. And since we didn't want any of that, that original 2, didn't want any of those files, delete, gone, see ya. That'll go to the recycle bin if you want to restore it. Alright, so just some directory mayhem to pay attention to before we go into the routing. Trust me, this information will be useful when you're trying to get at your WAV files if you go for this complex routing. So I wanted to show it to you first, and I just studied it up again to remind myself for this video. Alright, so now we're going to dump down into these individual channels, and as I showed you in Sonar, we have the virtual out, which is everything here that is being shown in these meters. if I click playback on Sonar, that's coming out there. See that Sonar's coming in here into the virtual end, that goes there. My voice goes there. If I click this, I still got my guitar hooked up to get a discrete channel there. And if I still had my mixer hooked up, I could get signal into here as well, or whatever. I could have anything plugged into here. Now we're going to get that into Reaper. The input scheme on Reaper is a little different than Sonar. What it does is it separates out our mono inputs and our stereo inputs. Okay, so which are both the same thing. They're just whatever. It's just different configuration of the same inputs, hardware inputs and virtual inputs. It's just how they sort them out. In Sonar, we have one menu where you have, you know, VAO 1, 2, and then a stereo option. In Reaper, it strips those stereo options out into a different sub menu, so you can select them there instead of that kind of chaotic confusion. So it's kind of cute, kind of cool, but maybe more confusing in some ways. As I showed you before, the virtual 1 and 2 output from Voicemeeter is the whole mixer. And you don't really want that because that's getting recorded on your video. You can set up a track in Reaper, a stereo track if you want, whatever, 1, 2, you see, and you'd get the whole output, but that's going to your video anyway, so why waste disk space by recording something you already have, unless, I don't know, maybe you think Reaper is processing the audio better, or whatever DAW you're using is processing the audio better to track. Otherwise, you can just yank your video into your DAW and you'll have that file anyway in a new audio track. And we're recording each discrete output individually anyway, which is better quality that we're going to mix together, which is the whole point here. Okay, so in this sense, you hear my voice is in the left side of your monitor. So as I said in the last video, the virtual output from Voicemeeter, this is one of the ones you can't see off to the side, is this is analog input 1 from Voicemeeter. That is coming from the left input 1 on my Focusrite, and it's being output to Voicemeeter virtual output 3. That is the signal here. See how crazy this routing can be with the numbering. It's input 1, and it's input 1 on my hardware. So that's kind of simple enough. But over here, it's output 3, and that's what we hook into here, output 3. And that's what we're getting. This is a mono signal. If I hit record, by the way, that's your arm button in Reaper. You have to hit that if you want to record anything. And this is your transport record. This is your transport control in Reaper. So stop, play, pause, record. That's a looping thing. Don't touch that unless you want to loop stuff. This is your shuttle back and forth, go to start, whatever. Can't record. Don't know what that's all about, so let's do. Not even quite sure why that was. project as. 2. Create subdirectory. So yeah, this is all very finicky. To action are, yeah. I don't fully understand. Oh, you know what? I think it's because, there we go. Right. Because I deleted that other folder. Okay, so now we're kind of recording and going nuts here. Didn't really want to do that. So I just made a whole bunch of files I didn't want to make in that folder, but that shows you how that works. That was my voice there. If I was mucking around with my guitar, let's do that. There's my voice. And the guitar is getting input to VB-Audio 4, which is still input 1, which is input 2 on my interface, right? In that channel. You got to keep track of these numbers. It's nuts. And then that gets put out to output 4. You really got to keep track of that. So the same thing goes for these two outputs. And I'm not hooking up my mixer again to go through that. You saw that in Sonar, where this is the channel where I had that video from Cakewalk going nuts about the Pro channel, that really exuberant fellow discussing Pro channel. So I'm not doing that again. I'm already a little bit frustrated today over some other stuff, but if you wanted to hook into those channels, right, into the mono ones, then you'd come down here to 5 and 6. You do a mono channel for 5, and then another one for 6. Right, so 2 discrete mono channels, or a full stereo channel by going here. Now this is something that might be confusing as well, and it kind of messed me up too. It adds, Reaper has mixed pairs, right? So you see here you got 1 and 2, then you got 2 and 3, then 3 and 4. Okay, so normally when we deal with stereo pairs, we're doing 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. But these odd numbered, right, these oddball ones are possible as well. So be careful about that, because 2 and 3, what you'd be getting there is the left side here, or sorry, the right side here and the left side here. So that might screw you up too. So avoid that. It's, I'll tell you, man, it really messes these numbers, man. I was never good at math. So this stuff is a brain bender for me, for old Beepster here. Alright, so now finally for the virtual out, I'm completely fine with a stereo channel, right? Because that's what's coming from Sonar, and we want the master output in Sonar, and that's what's coming in here. So anything coming in here, wherever it's coming from, you could have like a ton of programs loaded up and all spitting out into these your 5.1 surround DVD or whatever. It could be loading up all these channels here, and it's only gonna come out in mono or in stereo, 2 stereo channels. The last 2 that we can't see here are imaginary ones. So whatever, for this setup, might as well just pick the stereo 7 and 8, the last two. Or if you really wanted to separate them out, it'd be 7 and then an extra track, 8. Set that separate track up to 8. Whatever you want to do. I am seriously hoping that's making sense. But that's how you route it. So now what happens is, this is only 3 tracks here, and I got my guitar hooked up. I don't need that. I'm not playing my guitar while I'm making a tutorial. If you are, or you like if you're interviewing somebody in a second channel, in this mono channel, you could have that going on. But for me, all I want is to hear my lovely voice, because, you know, I'm a huge narcissist, and the output from Sonar as I do stuff and screw around and whatever, be all narcissistic and whatnot. But I don't need to play a guitar. I'm not interviewing anybody. I'm not whatever. It's just me and my Sonar. So let's do that. There we go. There's Sonar coming back. Coming into Reaper. You can see the signal coming in. Hit record. And I've got my discrete tracks. Do whatever. These are pre-fader. You can't hear it on the vid. You won't be able to hear that. Well, you will be able to hear that on the vid, or me doing this on the vid, but it's not going to affect anything in these tracks because they're pre-fader. And you can take these and use them as like overdub or helper tracks in your videos. Right? You can do whatever you want to them. So now I can go into my Reaper folder, and I already made a mess of that folder with all that crazy stuff I was doing. But let's go to Action 2 and see all these files are now accessible, all that stuff. That's why, you know, if you're doing one vid, you know, like a vid section, just do a save as specifically, and don't do what I just did and with that stop and delete and whatever, because it'll just keep filling your folder with every record you make. But generally, if you're making one video, you come over to Action, hit record, and then you know, you'd come over to Reaper, hit record, and just let both of those play, and then do whatever the heck you want, and it'll all get recorded both into the audio of your video and into discrete tracks here, right? And then you can take all of that into a new project in Reaper. It'll strip out the mixed audio from the video that was created by Action, so that's the voice and everything, whatever was going on. And then in other new tracks that you create, you can drag these tracks in, mute the tracks if you want from the video, and just use them to like line these tracks up, sync them up, and just use these tracks for the main audio, and then export the whole thing as a new video from Sonar or whatever video program you're using, right? So that was the whole point. That's what I've been building up to. I hope it's understandable, and I may make a quick vid to show how that works. Just taking a video in, seeing how the audio is stripped out, and then how you can sync these discrete files up to that audio. And, you know, beyond that, you can add more audio after the fact. You can like do whatever you want in any of those programs. But this was about capturing live audio onto your video, right? Okay, this video is going to be an example of that multi-input thing going through Reaper where we're capturing all video. You just saw me, well, maybe you didn't see me just hit this button, but that's what I did. We're moving quickly because when you're doing this, you want to hit record in your live screen cap software. Head over to your target audio program, which is, in this case is Reaper, and then hit record. All right, and all your tracks are set up beforehand. All right, so I did that quickly. The reason I did that quickly is because you want to capture all this audio that's going on. You know, don't start talking or whatever and expect to be able to get at that without hitting record here. So I'm going to make a second video too for the editing portion of this. I showed you in the last vid how to set up individual project in Reaper. You can do that in whatever whatever you can so that you can get into the project file, yank the waves out into Sonar, and then mix those together and replace the audio on the video, which is going to be mixed together, which we discussed in great length. Now, again, see here, this is my voice, VM virtual audio input output 3 from Voicemeeter, and that's got to be number 3. Down here, I don't have this armed to record because I don't have my guitar hooked up. I'm not worried about that guitar, whatever. It's on the left side. That's 4, but I'm not recording it because all I want is my system sounds, which is the virtual output, and I set it to stereo 7 and 8. Okay, so we discussed the routing in great length, but all I want to do for this simple setup is there's my voice, there's my system sounds, which is going to be accepting Sonar. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I can yank these files into Sonar, sync them up to the video, and we're golden. So let's get some Sonar playback. It's cranked, sorry about that. Didn't realize it was cranked. There we go, and that's pre-fader, so you see in the wave, when I pulled that fader down, nothing happened here. It's pre-fader, so everything I do in here will not be shown in the video, in the tracks that we drag into Sonar that we're going to sync up to the video. Alright, so hopefully that is good enough for this example, and we're going to mix these together. I'm going to make a second video to show how we sync it all up. Now go back here, turn this off. Actually, go to Reaper, turn that off, which you could do by pressing that or hitting your space bar. That's stop button. This is control panel, yada yada, all that. And then you come over here and press that. Okay, this is example 2 for syncing things up. Let's hustle over here. Get Reaper running. Alright, now we got all 3 going. Alright. Do. I set up a new project so that all these wave files are going to end up in that new project folder because I set that up when I did a save as. This is a totally different project totally different project folder. And this time I've got this going. That's why, unless I sync up these videos, you're going to hear my voice on the left side and the guitar on the right side, and the system sounds are stereo. Alright, so I guess we can chill out a little bit. Remember, you could add way more tracks to tap into any of these outputs, as we discussed earlier. You can really split things out. I'm not even touching the virtual output 2 from here, hardware input 2 from here, in the virtual tab, whatever. I'm just getting my mic and my guitar, and those are being recorded into Reaper. And it doesn't matter, because even though this is in the left side in the video recording onto Mirillis, right? Doesn't matter, because once I drag these into Sonar, I can center them, and then my voice will be in the center. And I may muck about with that in post editing to show you how that works. Now you're going to see here, because I set up these files, that was the first project I did and recorded, and there are those WAV files from those two things. This, by the way, is a backup file. I don't understand. I don't know. I guess when I did my save, I did that. It's fine. Whatever. So when we go into edit, that's where these are going to be. This is the file I'm recording right now. Right? Cool. So, and these are now 3 files. And these will all be pulled into Sonar to sync up to the video that we pull in, that we are creating right here for the second video. And this was the first video. Okay? And those are accessible here. And these, I'd have to dig down, but that's where I'm sending my temp files. Alright, so that's about that on that. We'll just play that back so we can see that as well. Guitar, my voice, all getting separated out, and I can set up multiple tracks, more tracks in this, and do whatever the heck I want with the outputs from Voicemeeter. Alright. Okay, so I'm not sure whether I'm going to put those last 2 videos showing the record mechanism into Reaper, where we're recording the separate audio outputs from Voicemeeter. Probably will, maybe not, we'll see. But now we're going to show you where the rubber meets the road here and get into post-production. All of this, of course, as I've explained, all the audio has been being recorded from Voicemeeter's main 2 outputs, the main 2 virtual outputs, which includes everything right into Mirillis Action on these outputs here. Well, on this output, actually. So now we're going to see how that manifests itself into Sonar when we import a video, and you'll see how that strips out that audio file. And then I'll show you how we get the audio files that we created in Reaper, which these are the audio files here for the first video that I created and here, and then we can drag those in on their own tracks over top of the video file and then sync them up to the video file created in Mirillis Action. I've left those two videos here. We're not going to be touching those within Mirillis Action, but I just left them here because, I don't know, maybe laziness, or maybe you wanted to see it. But this is how we do all that and what we've been building up to. So first off, I've done my stitching together of those two audio files in Windows Movie Maker. This is the live essential version, I guess 2012 version. I'm not a video guy, doesn't matter really what video program you do it in. All this is just a simple example of how I stitched those two video files together, which are these two here, and this is the export, sorry. And, well, whatever. Actually, it's these two here. All right, and that's the one I'm recording. So what we do is, what I did is, in my video program, I dragged these two files, which are the two that I just recorded in the previous segments, or whatever, doesn't matter. Drag them in here. I just did whatever I need to do to stitch them together. All I did was import them. I can do all sorts of crazy stuff to them here. You can see the audio file. Well, maybe you can see it. You can see these little squigglies at the bottom of these little clips here. Right? See, that's looks like a wave at the very bottom of those files. That's the imprinted audio file. There's all sorts of stuff you can do in Windows Live to deal with that, and you can drag in new tracks, whatever. That doesn't matter. All right, that's not what we're talking about. I just wanted to stitch these two together, and then what you do, we're gonna just use that audio as a guide track once we get into Sonar, so that we can use our discrete audio tracks. And then, you know, whatever, just save as movie, whatever program you're using, you're gonna you know, go in and export it to a video that Sonar can represent. This is the create custom settings in Windows Live Movie Maker. You can set up audio export, whatever. This is the reason I'm showing this, is because it's going to be a conversion thing. I bet if I messed with these, the conversion could be avoided. Whatever, doesn't matter. But I've already exported that because it takes a while to export it and you don't want to watch that. So I've already exported the combination of these two clips together, and that's what we're going to import into Sonar. And then we can export a video file from there or do whatever we want. So we don't really need to see this. I just wanted to show you the process of, I brought in my videos from Mirillis Action from whatever folder I stored them in, and I had two videos. I put them together and now they're stitched, and then I exported them, and the export now lives in a special folder I created on my E drive. You can put it wherever you want, but see, AAA Win Move Maker exports. All right, this is the one we're going to use, and I'm not going to import it from here. I'm going to import it from Sonar, right? But you can drag and drop stuff, whatever. The best way I figured it out is just to import it in Sonar. Here's Sonar. I created a blank project so that we can see what's going on. Sorry, I was playing with this. You just saw me close a video window that's empty now because I deleted everything, undid everything. But to import a video into Sonar, let's go to File, Import Video. Alright, and this is already, because I was already messing with this is already set up here, but just navigate to wherever you've made your video file. Sometimes that'll be, you know, in your libraries, right? Most of these programs are going to export by default to your videos library. I don't have anything going on here. This was the original export library for Action that is set up on its own, but I changed that. So for me, I when I'm looking for stuff, I just generally go to Computer and then figure out which drive I'm on, and here, Windows Export. This is the special folder I made up, again with the AAA, so it's right at the top. I'm going to choose the video I want to import. This was the export of those two last video files where I was showing how to record into Reaper with the audio separately. Right, and then I stitched those two files together. That's this project here. Just stitch them together, no big deal. And exported them, and that's where they landed. Right, so that's where they landed in my AAA when Movie Maker. So let's cancel that and do that again. File, import, video. There's my file. It opened automatically there. If you need to search it, just go and find it using normal window procedures. Click on the video file, click open, and I'll do a little import dance here. You can see these are thumbnails here. See the sample rate conversion going on. Right, that's probably some audio setting in Windows Movie Maker that could be set to avoid the sample rate conversion, but what's going to happen is when you export the video, it's going to do whatever it does to the audio, and there's video. Okay, so you know, when that happens, don't freak out, whatever, just let it do its thing. Or you can freak out and dig into your individual export settings on whatever video program you're exporting from. The whole point of this is basically you just want to get your video into Sonar. There's a video there. This is a video track. There is no video editing capabilities in Sonar. As far as I can tell, you can only import one video at a time and then whatever. But this is the audio track that was created by Mirillis Action, right, and was exported to the file we created in Windows Movie Maker, whatever. Now, here, see, this is where the stereo track, there's something with Mirillis where it will actually, you know, move. Like, see, this is not really what I wanted. It should be a stereo output, totally even stereo output, but, you know, based on your settings, you may get something in one side and something in the other. I think what this is if I pan these out, I would get, okay, this video is going to be an example of that. Right, there's my voice in that side. I think this is a mono dump down of both channels of everything in Voicemeeter. Then if I pan over to this side, this is probably just my system sounds from Sonar. Yeah. So I had figured out why that happens, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because we're dumping this track. We don't want this track anyway. So you're either going to get a full stereo output of everything from Voicemeeter in those all channels, or, you know, Mirillis Action does some weird thing where it will actually dump a left and right thing, which apparently is what I did here. So whatever, something screwy happened here. Sorry about that. You don't really need to worry about that. All we're doing with this track is using it as a guide for what we're about to do, which is bring in those tracks from Reaper. Alright, so insert as many audio tracks as you recorded. For me, I recorded those 3 main tracks, which were my vocals and a git, the git on the guitar track on the right side, and then the system sounds, which are the virtual outputs. So let's go, folks. That's my voiceover. Git. A git. And then system, which is the Sonar output in this case. And this will just end up being a guide track. Of course, you can see here, this is the thumbnails for the video, and in Sonar, you get a video view. If you don't see it, you can go to views, and there'll be there's a video view somewhere in here. Maybe not. But here, you can open video view from that track. This is the video thumbnails track, so just right click, open video view. There it is. I'm just starting to play with video stuff, so you'll have to excuse my ineptitude in that regard. Okay, so what I do know is audio stuff, and did a bunch of tests to make all this happen. So here's the audio track that was on the video, and we could mute that if we want. We don't need it really until we want to start lining things up. Since I created 2 separate audio files, or sets of audio files in Reaper to go with those 2 videos, which I have dumped into one video, we need to match those up to this. So what I've figured out, the easiest way to import this stuff is to click B to open the browser, or there's many ways you can get at the browser. There's browser right here, views, browser, whatever, that'll open the browser as well, but most of us just click B. Then you go to the media tab. All right, this is the browser here, and you can do all sorts of crazy stuff with your plugins and synths and yada yada yada, but we want the media tab. Now the media tab depends on your settings, I guess. It'll open to whatever you have set. So this button here is go up one level, and this just pushes you up through your folder directory on your system. So just click that however many times you need to get at your your system. And there's my computer. Click it. Look at this storagey. I've been putting everything on my E drive. I want my AAA Reaper projects, right? Remember, I set up all those projects so that all the waves and yada yada get dumped into there specifically, right? And the two videos that I recorded specifically for this are Vid December 8 Action Example 1, Vid December 8 Action Example 2, and I record those discretely to those two videos that I stitched together in Win Movie Maker. So let's pop those open. There's the first one. All right, these are the WAV files for that first video, and what I can do is select one, record. All right. Oh, let's see. And this is annoying for some reason. Sonar insists. It absolutely insists on making auto preview engage on my system, at least. So if that happens and you really don't want to listen to that, just go to the media tab. There's a drop down here. Just go unselect auto preview. I don't know why it does that. It kind of ticks me off a little. Whatever. Anyway, so let's go back to that. Let's go up. All right, so remember I navigated to my folder here. And just go in, whatever, you can navigate all over the place here. This is Vid December 8 Action Example 1, Vid December 8 Action Example 2. Pop it open. We recorded those into their own folders. And if I can go and access those, see, I just went to my E drive, Reaper projects, I set that all up. There they are. They're in there as well. Right. And I can drag those into Sonar from here as well, but there's a much better way to do it, as far as I'm concerned, is you double click, or no, don't double click them, click the first one and then hold shift and click the second one, and then set your now time where you want it. For us, this is the first video, so it's at the start, and I don't know exactly where this is going to line up here, but we'll find out soon enough. Right click on your selected audio files, insert it now time. All right. Okay, so now the thing is this is going to insert it into whatever tracks you've inserted in series from top to bottom. All right, and I'm not selecting anything. I've got the first track not selected, but in focus. And for you Sonar users, you're going to be familiar with the difference between a selected track, and an in focus track. Alright, so this pale blue thing here is now in platinum, what indicates an in focus track, and this, when you do that, that's a selected track. Selected track doesn't seem to matter. So if I switch this, that track is now in focus. That track is now in focus. That track is now in focus. So for what's going to happen is when I select these and right click and insert it now time, what's going to happen is these clips are going to populate consecutive tracks, starting with the one that's in focus and then the next one. So this is going to end up in this, and this one's going to end up in this. A little weird, but let's just show that. See? That goes in. You can pop open. This is the take lanes button here. Pop it open. See it. That landed in the first take lane. That one landed in the first take lane. Now the thing is, this is my system sounds. I set up 3 tracks. I did this for a reason, to screw you all up. Specifically to screw you all up. Because what the trip is, I recorded 3 tracks. If you saw in those videos, if I include them in this video before this one, I recorded 3 tracks, and the first was vocals, and the second was my guitar, and then the third was the system sounds. In that first video, which I just imported the files from, I only recorded 2 tracks. The first was my vocals, the second was my system sounds. Alright, and there doesn't seem to be a way to make it so that I can get that guitar tracks, import these files into the Vox and the system file without skipping over that guitar track. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. It will probably make a little more sense once I actually get to that point. So now let's move to that other set of files in my browser. Alright, so these are these 2 tracks here. Let's go up a folder, and here's the second set of tracks. Right, and now you see the 3: voice, get, system. And of course you can bring these in one at a time, but you'll see why I'm doing this with the right click and insert it now time, because it keeps them in sync with each other, and we want to keep all these clips in sync. So I don't know exactly where in the video these are going to sync up to. We'll figure that out later after we've got them inside the project. But you'll notice I just moved my now time from the start so it doesn't overlap with these clips, because I know that these 2 videos don't overlap. These audio clips aren't going to overlap, so just move down the timeline, and there's my now time. Not touching any of this. I'll do it again. Click the first one, hold shift, click the third one, up, and just to reiterate, see, this track is in focus. My Vox track is in focus. This is the one at the top of the list here. Right? That's voice, and that's why I labeled those tracks and exports in Reaper as voice, get, system. Vox, get, system. Right? Could have used a little more consistency there, but almost, you get it. So make sure that is pale blue. And if you're in an older version, when you used to put a track in focus, the track control panel here would just get a little bit lighter, I believe, if I recall correctly. So whatever, and this will insert things in series into the correct tracks. So let's try that. Click the first one, which is already highlighted. Hold Shift. They're all selected now. Insert it now time, which is set here, away from these two. Bango, bango, kabongo. Huh? Cool, eh? Alright. So that's how you do that. That's just importing from the browser. There's a ton of other ways you can do it, which I tried and I did, but this is seemingly the best way to get it all in here. Alright, so now let's get rid of the browser. And we really don't need to see these thumbnails either. By the way, when you're doing this, even though I'm currently set in Voicemeeter and running all this through Voicemeeter at the moment in my preferences, right? The only reason I'm doing that is because I'm recording a video. When you're doing this in post-production, use your main interface, you know. Switch back to your main interface, whatever it is, because that's going to work out better. I'm just using it because I'm recording a video, which is the whole point of, well, this video. So now, you see here, I've created an issue, and that's why I brought up the whole, you know, the skipping a track, whatever. This is my system sounds. This clip here is actually my system sounds, but because of the sequential order of how things are imported, the way we just did it from the browser, it landed in the Git track when I had 3 clips involved in proper order. This is my voice, this is a Git, this is my Git when I was just slapping it around a little, and there's my system sound. So in this case, my system sounds are on my Git track. I don't want that, so I'm going to hold Shift and drag. Hang on a second, I got to put the mic down. Yes, I am holding the mic throughout all of this. Very lame. Got to set up my mic stands, but whatever. Hang on. So I selected it, held Shift on my keyboard, and dragged it down. What that does is, of course, a select Shift drag move will keep any clips at their current time. When you make a track to track move like that, or a lane to lane move, whatever. So now the system sounds from the first video are in the same track as the system sounds from the second video, and here my guitar tracks in the second video are, you know, they're on their own track. So that I wanted to show that just in case you don't record everything and, you know, you're doing something like that. Kind of shows the import quirks and mechanisms and whatever, and if you run into an issue like that where you recorded a bunch of files in one track but not so many in another, then you can sort them out that way. And of course you can just listen back, solo the tracks, and figure out what's what and move them where they gotta go. Now we want to keep these clips in sync that we've imported from our Reaper project. Okay, so these were all recorded at the same time, all imported at the same time. These two recorded at the same time, imported at the same time, and they already sync up because we imported them to the now time using that insert at now time feature. And we're going to sync these up to this track here, which we're not looking at just yet. So to make things easier, we want to select these groups, right? This is a group of 3, this is a group of 2. We want to select these, so just select the first one in the series, and you can hold Control to select individual tracks, or Shift to select a series of tracks. So I'm going to hold Shift for this one. Right, that worked. Let's clear the selection by holding Control Shift A in Sonar. That's to deselect all. Control Shift A. Alright, so I deselected it. And here, let's show Control Shift again, which will actually show the select series. Alright, so I selected the first one, going to hold Shift. Select the second one. That didn't work for some bizarre reason. Maybe I'm just confused, which is normal. Didn't work again, so that's fine if that happens. Just, you know, hold Control to snag whatever extra files. Those will select everything, but you got to do it one at a time. So I just selected one. I'm going to hold Control and select the other 2. See? Okay, I just clicked, left click to select those other 2. I'm sorry, I keep having to move the mic away from my mouth because, as I said, I do not have a mic stand set up, so I gotta use my left hand to move over and work the keyboard. So the point of that is, and the reason I showed you that, and I know it's just basic Sonar functions for those who are familiar with Sonar, but for those who aren't, that's how you gotta multi-select clips there. The reason I'm showing you that is because we want to create a clip group. Alright, so now that they're selected, just hover over, you know, over the header here, right click, and select Create Selection Group from Selected Clips. And that's another left click. Boom, and you see just created group 1. And now anything I do with any of these clips, and all we're really going to do is just move them around and whatever, because all we want to do is line them up to this and sync them up to our video. Right, that's a little screwy. That shouldn't be that should not be showing that, but there's a little, you know, Sonar is not a video editing program, so it gets a little screwy sometimes. But anyway, that's the whole point of that. So let's clear all those. This is the history here. You know what? I don't want to do it that way. Let's just use Control Z. Z, Control Z, Control Z. And, you know, see that just removed the selection, the clip grouping. So let's do that first here. I'll try that again. Select the first one, and remember these are 2 separate recordings. That's why I'm putting these into their own groups. So I'm gonna do this over here first now. Show it again. I'm gonna hold Control and select that bottom clip. Right click. Create selection group from selected clips. Selection group 2, which it should be. That might be, you know, just because of Control Z, this may turn into selection group 3. Now let's select these again. Right click. Okay, so it somehow Sonar is retaining that first selection group. So these little numbers here are the selection group. Doesn't matter, whatever, just as long as your series of clips that you all recorded and imported at the same time are all in there, and these numbers here surrounded by the black background are going to be your selection group. So now I only need to click one of any of these clips, and that'll select all of them. And then any edit actions I take, right? I just moved it. I could, you know, do a fade, or I can crop it, do whatever I want. You know, make it range selection, selected them all. So, you know, we want that because we want all these clips, since they're in sync, to match up to our file up here. All right, so let's just do some control Zing, undoing here. All right, see, I've gone back far enough. Control Shift Z will redo. Okay, and I wanted to redo my group selection here, so I can see these are in a group, these are in a group. Great. Control Shift A, deselect all those. Now these are not in sync to my video, and the whole point is we want these in sync to our video. So let's see what's going on with that. Okay, I kind of had to stop the recording there because I was getting confused as I was lining up the transients here, which of course, if you know music stuff, these little spikes here in the wave files are called transients, whatever. That's a very vague definition of what's going on. The reason I got confused was because in my tracker vid here from the Mirillis output, or actually from Voicemeeter that was going into Mirillis, since the first two outputs that Mirillis hooks into, which this is, like, got stripped out of the video, I was playing with Voicemeeter virtual output dial with the output from Sonar, so it was loud for a second, and then I turned down that virtual output. If we were looking at the video, you'd see that I actually pulled down that dial. So that should have been matching up with this, which is my system sounds that I recorded into Reaper, but because the Reaper output is pre-fader, which is great, which is what we want, it remained consistent. So here I got this down here, except I turned it down, and because it was being affected by the fader, it got turned down, so that was confusing me. Now, that's the thing. You just kind of want to sync up your transients. And here, I kind of got them close. I could get closer if I wanted. Now, I'm going to start playback on this between these files, and that's all going to go out to Voicemeeter, and you're going to hear this on the video, all my voices and whatever, so don't get confused. But before I hit playback, we're going to listen for phasing, all right? Because phasing will mean that you're getting close. It's just one way to tell if you're getting close to syncing things up. 7 and 8. Okay, so we discussed the routing, great length, but all this simple setup is you can see that going there. This is me now talking on the video. Accepting sonar, and the reason I'm doing this is so that I can yank. These are the inputs or whatever the tracks from Reaper, and you'll hear the phasing once so let's get some. The sonar input starts coming in. There's Voicemeeter. It's cranked, sorry about that. You kind of hear some phasing there. There we go, and that's pre-faded, so you see in the wave, when I pulled that fader down, nothing happened. And I may have actually gotten it too close to actually show that phasing. So let's hear that phasing now. Now you can hear my voice going out of sync. Now it's kind of nuts, right? So let's undo all that. And I know that's probably weird and confusing to listen to because I'm talking into the video while I'm playing all that crap back. But the point is, this, see, December 9 test. That's the video. That's the audio from the video that got stripped out, right? And we want to sync all this crap up to that. So let's zoom way in, try and get our transients to match up to that, and then it should sync up to our video, right? So there's a transient there. You can see it's following along. Transients are matching up. You can zoom way in, make sure that happens. You can use the nudge. See, that's a little off. Let's move it back. See what's going on. Right. Do that. Now we're kind of matching up what's going on there. And you can check that with your video in the video view. Right, this is the actual video view in Sonar. That will, if you click play, it'll 7 and 8. Okay, so play back the video that you loaded. But all I want to do for this simple setup is there's my voice, there's my system sounds, which is going to be accepting sonar. Now it's kind of hard to see this in screen caps. These files. You know, like if you're doing a proper voiceover, I just stop playback. If you're doing a proper voiceover where you're doing lip syncing or whatever, that's a little easier because you can sync it up to somebody's voice or whatever. But whatever, that's kind of how you do it. You do stuff like, you know, tap your mic, or, you know, go test before whatever you start doing stuff, and then you can watch those waves, right? And then you can sync up to those. But you just saw, you can just sync up. You know, we've got the clips grouped. You can sync them up to the export that we did from your Screencap software and import it into Sonar. So that's the first file. I did two. I put two videos together and did two recordings in Reaper, right? So the second one, I had all three. I've grouped these files. I have not synced those up yet, but so again, we're going to find the transients. Now look here, see that transient is my guitar transient. In here, right, we just look for whatever. This is the original audio stripped out of the Mirillis Action video, and these three are the Reaper videos. So I can just look for the transients here. In this case, it's pretty obvious what's what. There's a vocal transient there that probably matches up with that. Then these here probably match up with those. So select those. Since they're grouped, they'll select together. Right? And I can move them all together. Right? And I can sync them all up together. And as I zoom in and out, I've got snap turned off now, right? Because you want to get it as close as possible. But if you do have snap on, go here and pick the highest resolution you can. Samples 1 by 128, but really, if you're trying to match up transients, use your your line. You can see that line moving along there. Can't for the life of me remember what that's called. It's the aim assist. That's right. That's what it is. So let's zoom out and see if we can figure out where our transients are. So you can see that there's transient there. That probably matches up with that. That probably matches up with that. So let's get them close. Right. It's getting a little closer. So that looks like a good one to line up with. Get that close. Use aim assist. Oh, still a little off. So get her closer. It's pretty close. Zoom in more. Figure it out. There we go. That looks pretty good. Look at some other spots here. Yeah, that looks good. All looks good. So now, you can just totally mute that if you wanted. If this was like, if we had been recording the whole time in Reaper, you just do whatever. And if there was an overlap or something, then you strip it out, or in your video editing, you just whatever. Now you can add effects. You can balance levels in console view or whatever on that. On all your different things. And remember, you got 8 channels. I just did a simple setup. So if I wanted to, I could have 8, well, whatever, I guess 6 discrete channels. Like we described before, you can do a lot of stuff with this, but the whole idea was to record this independently of your screen cap audio, and now you just use this as kind of a guideline. For my video, for this video, I'm just doing this because it doesn't matter. I'm not showing you any fancy, effects stuff, or, I'm not showing you any synths or anything like that. So it doesn't matter. I'm just showing you how to get this into Sonar if you wanted to do that. You don't need to record these every time if you're just doing a simple, tutorial that doesn't require, like precise separation of the voice and your system output or your Sonar output, or separation of your guitar or whatever. Doesn't matter, right? So you can just use this and it's fine. Also, this is one thing. I don't know. Maybe there was latency with in between the video and this. Maybe whatever. Maybe my sound card or Voicemeeter or whatever caused a lag. So if you can look at your video and have reference points, you can also, before you do all of this, just, select that track and nudge it backwards to compensate for the latency, right? Or trim it back. This looks fine, and you'd have to really, we're talking milliseconds here when we're dealing with latency. So, you'd really want to zoom in on the start and, pull this back, pull the start back, so you can actually nudge that file backwards to compensate for any latency like that. But generally, you know, unless you really see the latency, just leave it alone and it'll sync up for screen cap. You know, for voiceovers, you may want to do it, or for like lip syncing, like if somebody's on screen talking and, you know, their mouths are moving differently than the words, then you want to do that. Here's another thing I've noticed on some videos, and I don't know if I'm going to experience this in my travels. Sometimes with really long videos, it'll be like, you know, everything's in sync at the start, and then after a while, it all starts kind of going wonky, right? Like there ends up being a lag and a discrepancy between the sound and the video. So I don't know what that's about. This is, you know, kind of long. What I would do in that situation, if I encountered it, maybe, is use that premise and split this main clip here into sections and just line up the sections as need be. You know, whatever. You can even use the time stretch tool. You hold, I believe it's Alt with the Smart tool engaged. Let's try that out. Sorry, it's Control. So that does a time stretching thing, so you can stretch it in and out. Let's just show that. So just hover over the edge of your clip until you see that blue line. Okay, see that blue line there, and you can just hold Control on your keyboard. You see that just did a time stretch. You can see the percentage of the stretch that happened. I just made it longer. So if things are going out of sync, maybe you can do that. Just hold over there until you see it turns into the crop tool, and then hold Control, and it'll turn yellow, and then you can stretch it back and forth. So if you think it's going out of time one way or the other, you do that, and then you can maybe stretch it into place. Once you do that, though, you're going to want to bounce that clip to avoid artifacts. So to do that, just make sure the clip is selected. It'll know that it's been time stretched, and then bounce to clips, and then that should make it'll process. See, processing audio now. Hopefully it doesn't screw up my video. And that'll get rid of the artifacts. That applies that processing and gets rid of the offline rendering that happens with that type of stretching. And this is going to take forever now because it's a long clip. So that's another option to look at if you run into those problems. And I guess I gotta wait for this to happen now. So now that that is all said and done, we've gotten our individual tracks into this, that, or the other. We've figured out how to line them up to our main audio file or to our video track here in Sonar, or whatever you want to do. If we're going to export video from Sonar, okay, which it can do to multiple video formats, we come down to our file, export, video, and there's all these options. You can as usual, choose whatever location you want. You know, I really haven't studied these Sonar video export options. I haven't exported this. I will probably use this at some point. You can also just export the audio of this and bring it into, like, as usual, right? Export audio, and that should just export your audio to wherever you want, using the same procedures we normally do to export audio. And then that'll create a stereo wave or whatever kind of wave file you want that you can bring into a video edit or whatever. But Sonar, you can also, of course, as I said, export video files, which will include that video file. Get some options here. Windows Media Video, MPEG, YouTube. I'll remind you I'm on Sonar Platinum, Foxborough release. So I don't know, maybe there's more video export options and other things. A couple of things I noticed here. You've got down here, you've got encoding options for video. You do all sorts of crazy stuff here. Again, Sonar is not a video program. It isn't, but it will mix your audio into down into a video onto that stereo wave or whatever kind of wave you can see here. Down in the audio format options, you can choose. You know, these are normal audio options here: 44:1, 16-bit, 2 channels, whatever. I don't know what this crap means here, but you can go through 48 hertz, 24-bit, 6 channels, 2 channels, 8 channels, whatever. So I guess that's, you know, if you want to do surround sound and all that crap, and then over here bytes, whatever, that's probably video quality. I'm not gonna mess with that too much myself. And then you've got, you know, these types of options here for the width, height, bit rate. Video people know what that is. Then I have this video codec, I guess that's whatever it uses to, the programming it uses to export it, kind of like probably an MP3 type process, where it, you know, that's just what you use to format it. An audio codec, these, whatever, who knows? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. Audio mix down options. This is just the same as your normal export window. So I guess maybe that it mixes it into whatever. Again, I don't know. I don't export videos. To me, the best bet would just be name it, probably. Choose our video type, Windows Media Video, which open in video players everywhere, and MPEG 4 video, which is compressed format. Whatever, that's fine. And then you know, so whatever you do, whatever you choose, name it, and save it to wherever you want. And I'd imagine there'd be some kind of long export process, and then you'd have a file wherever you send it to. I haven't done that yet. Maybe I'll let you know how that works out. But the entire point of this was actually recording the videos, being able to mix them and edit them together. And as I said, Sonar is not a video editing program. Probably better options So you can do all this stuff. You can even add, you know, extra tracks and write a whole song underneath it. Do whatever. Automate this, do overdubs, do all sorts of crazy stuff. Over top of your video, export it that way, or export the file and then use, you know, proper, you know, time codes to hook it up inside a proper video editor, whatever you want to do. So I think that is probably about it. Long journey from going through all these programs to how to route them, to how to use them, to how to make them all work together, and how to edit it all together, more or less, and get yourself a nice little video going with Mirillis and Voicemeeter and Sonar and Reaper, or whatever you want to use in any combination. Okay, I think that's about it. So, see ya.